Hey. This is HQ. HQ in the house today, right? We are in the house today and we just doing a little review. We're just doing a little review of the fight between, or the debate between Melanin and Teraney that occurred this past Saturday, right? This was a female debate in which the ladies addressed several issues that are hot topics here around the internet, specifically about pick-me's and should a man confide. We're only going to address the three major sections of this debate. We're going to address the three sections of this debate that occurred, or we're going to, in real time, we're going to listen to it, and then we're going to give our little review for this debate. Yeah, it's almost a debate. And I'll give my take. And a lot of people, I have never done a debate. I don't do debates because I'm not very good at those. I'm the first one to know that because it's just not my thing. But I mean, I have opinions about these things, and people are always wondering, well, what's your take on that? And what's your take on this? And what's your take on that? So I will take the debate. It's not a long review, but it's a review nonetheless. For the two ladies who did an excellent job, and they both have their stands. And there's nothing wrong with women having their stands. There's nothing wrong with the two ladies having their stands. And they believe in the conviction in which they stated what they stated, right? I'm just, maybe a blend or maybe a mixture, maybe this, that, and the third. I don't know. But, I will give my take on it. And if anybody wants to join the panel and say a few words, that would be fine with me. Okay. So the first issue that these two had was, what was the name? It was should a woman or should a man confide in his woman? So let's listen to what they each had to say on this particular topic. Let's see. Let's get to the part. Okay. So these young ladies went at it, and they were very good at it. Very good at it. It was very good.
Describe women as far as pick-me's and other things of that nature, and I'm here to keep it in order.
Okay, so friends,
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with the first topic, or the first prompt of the show. Should a man confide in his woman? Melanin, since Teraney got the opening statement, you can start now. Should a man confide in his woman?
No, as a whole, men should not be confiding in their women. You should be able to have a male space that you're in, that you can go to for those situations or things that you're going through. I don't believe in confiding in your woman. I think she's going to look at you as less of a man. I don't think that it's appropriate for a man to be seeking this type of guidance from his woman. There's a natural order and a natural balance to things in which we must keep. And going to your woman, confiding in her, crying on her shoulder, and things of that nature it's not normal. So no.
Teraney?
I believe that a man should confide in his woman. In the book of Proverbs, it explains that he that trusts in his wife ends up having an enriched life, and there's more than just crying on my shoulder and saying, hey, I want to come to you. Let me talk to you about this, which is something that a lot of husbands look for. They look for a woman that they can come to and talk to their problems about versus a homegirl that they can just, make some little statements here and there, but he know his homegirl is probably going to go back behind his back and talk about him. But when it's your wife, your woman, your lady, the mother of your, well, I'm not going to say the mother of the kids, but when it's your wife, when it's your girl, you should absolutely, absolutely feel comfortable talking to me and confiding in me. When a man is able to trust you, you end up getting his heart. And I know it's hard for a lot of us women to get a man's heart because a lot of men are like, I'm not finna trust in you women. But imagine that you become that space for him. Imagine you become that homeboy. He ain't gonna have to be out at the club at night. He not gonna have to be calling his, probably cheating on his girlfriend homeboy to confide in just for him to give him some bad advice. But if he could come to you and be like, baby, this is what's going on at work. This is what's going on with my mom's, my baby mama. And, he sees that, damn, this girl is cool. I can talk to this girl. I can guarantee you have a longer relationship when your husband can come to you about anything.
Now, I am not going to address anything in a religious context. I'm woefully underdeveloped when it comes to the Bible, although I've read it. I memorized it at one point. I am not going to approach this in a religious way simply because I don't live my life on a religious basis. I just live my life as a moral human being who wants to conduct themselves with maturity and emotional maturity and direction. So I don't address religious things. I don't. You believe what you believe, Bible wise. I could never tell whether she knows the scriptures or she doesn't. So we're not going to address that. We're addressing just the question of the initial, just the question in the initial statement was, should you confide in your husband or should you confide in your companion? Now, what is Melanin's response? We're going to listen to this exchange.
Okay, well, first, men don't cheat.
And we're not doing the whole debate. This was a long debate. I'm just taking sections. This section, another section, then another section. Just this section, and each section is like 5 minutes, right?
Men don't cheat. Sorry, I heard you slip that in there. And another thing that women have a problem with is wanting a man to make them be the center, his everything, the center of his everything. He's supposed to have weekends with his boys. He's supposed to have that time away from you. He doesn't need to be with you 24/7. And if he's trying to be up under you and with you 24/7, he's actually not functioning at his optimal level. Okay. And
I think we had this conversation the other day. Should a person have outside interest outside of their marriage? A man and a woman both should have outside interest in a marriage, in a relationship. They both should have those. Real men don't cheat. Human beings cheat, whether males or females. Let's address that. And most people don't make it. And I understand where that concept came from. I understand the men don't cheat concept came from Kevin Samuels. Well, that the problem with that is it was not meant to address regular average Joe Blow. Most people on here are regular average Joe Blow. So what Kevin Samuels was talking about regarding men cheating had nothing to do with you as men. So you could take yourself out of that equation. Those men, he was talking about men who have real rarefied air. Those men have those options. You as a regular Joe Blow do not. So yes, when you go out and you step out and you cheat on your woman, it is cheating. Sleep with another woman and you have a woman, you're cheating. You're not what Kevin Samuels was talking about. So let's be clear on that. So the young lady off the bat is talking points and they're not They're not relatable for the regular human being, because we all know people cheat. So we get that out the way. Exercising options. Rich men may or may not do that. It's not for the men we're talking about here. The men we're talking about here on the internet are just regular Joe Blows. So they are cheating. Wrong. There's no wrong. Believe me, there's no wrong. You all don't make that kind of money.
And it's okay for him to seek your advice, ask your opinion, but confiding in you, what exactly are we talking about? I think I need you to elaborate on that more, because he's not supposed to be confiding in you with everything.
So when you say, okay.
So we have to address that. I was going to let them finish, but they go back and forth with you're wrong, I'm wrong, you're wrong, I'm wrong. Let's address this issue right now. Should a man confide in his woman? Yes, he should. But it takes trust and maturity and mutual respect for it to work in a healthy, whole way. Confiding, that means opening up and telling me some of your vulnerabilities, your dreams, things you hope for, things you may be struggling with. In a committed relationship, in a marriage, if you're truly committed in that relationship and you have the maturity and you have the trust, okay? Yes, you can share some things, maybe a lot of things with your spouse. There's some things that you just won't share with your spouse because they're immaterial. Just like with a woman, there's things that she may have that she doesn't share with her spouse. Of course, I believe that. There's plenty of things that we don't share between our spouses, but they're not critical to the fragility and longevity of our relationship. Y'all forgive me. I catch a cold regardless of when the weather changes. I get this. Okay. But for a man to confide in a woman, he has to trust that woman. Okay. That she won't judge him, throw his words back into his face. Okay. During an argument, which a lot of people do, but that's a lack of maturity. Okay. Or tell other people. But see, here's the thing. People know what type of person they get involved with early on, whether you're going to be one of those women or one of those men who don't know how to keep their mouth shut when it comes to very important things in relationships. You should not be in a relationship with someone that you do not trust. Okay? Because there's a thing called safety. It's called safety in a relationship. All people who are involved in relationships should feel safe. Okay? For a man to open up, he has to believe his woman will protect his vulnerability, protect his pride. Okay? Yes, he should be able to confide in his woman. He should know whether she is a trustworthy human being. You know, as a man, if you have that type of woman. Yes, you should. In this case of this debate, Melanin says, no, you do not. Those are talking points. I don't listen to people who give me talking points because I know reality. Reality is, if you want a relationship to last, if you want a relationship to be on a deeper level, on a better level, you have to be vulnerable in that particular relationship. Okay? But it's your fault if you fall for a person who you know is not mature, emotionally mature enough to hear something and not throw it back in your face. This is normal, healthy relationships. I don't know what Black YouTube got started. I don't know what Black YouTube is trying to promote. But on here, you seem to be trying to promote not being vulnerable, with your partner. Not confiding in your woman. I'm not saying every little aspect you're supposed to be open with. I'm saying the bulk of the things in a relationship, you should be able to talk with your wife, talk with your husband, and be open and honest with that person. Okay? A lot of men are being taught to man up and keep your emotions locked up, blah, blah, blah. But that's outdated thinking in relationships. Emotionally healthy human beings feel sadness, embarrassment, worry, fear. They just need a place, a safe space to express that. And a woman should be a safe space for him to express that. It's not about dumping every detail of your being a toilet, being a toilet mouth or whatever that's called. I forgot what it's called. But it's about knowing you can lean on another human being when life gets heavy. And yes, you should be able to tell your woman and be vulnerable with her. This is one of the things I disagreed with Melanin on. And I put that down to the fact that maybe she's never had a partner that she could trust. She's never been with a partner that she could trust. Okay. But Teraney should understand that, and she's trying to express it, I guess, but it may be coming out religiously. If people just took religion out of stuff, you could explain it better. It would be better if she wouldn't have done religiously. Let's keep going.
So when I say confide, I mean, like I stated, my mama getting on my nerves. My daddy wasn't there. My baby mama tripping. Work was overwhelming. You know, my homeboy did some shady. I want him to be able to come to me and talk about it, because I feel like man need woman more than woman need man. So if man need woman and he can't go to his, he will seek outside attention. And to avoid that from happening, yeah, then come to me by whatever.
Okay, but the things that you named off about what you want him to come to you over is things that women do. And this is why our men are confused. This is why we have the feminine traits coming off of our men, because women are saying to come to me for these type of things. These are not things that he should be talking to you about.
Okay, so who do you want him to talk to them about?
His male group.
What if he don't have no friends? What if they all fake?
He has a brother. He has an uncle. He needs to find male spaces in order.
Hello. Y'all please hit the like button. Sir Roastalot, Erica, Project, Healism, all the people that came in, please hit the like button. Thank you, Saheed. Thank you. So, Black America, how can I help you, sir?
I just came up to, I guess, I'll mansplain when you kind of get too far. I mean, certain things, yes, you can, but when she just said tyranny, when she just said I had a bad day at work and stuff like that, I'm sorry, as a man, you can't go to your woman on a daily or a weekly basis and talk about what happened to you at work.
Right.
You can't, because you can't say to a woman, my dad wasn't there, because as soon as that woman gets mad, she's going to throw that back in your face. HQ, the same woman that you married is not the same. You weren't the same the whole time that you was married. You guys talk about you grow and you advance and all of that. The
Yeah.
same person you marry,
Yeah.
the same person you marry is not the same person that you eventually get divorced from or separate when it comes down to.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. She said, or the prompt is, should you be able to tell your spouse or your wife, should you be able to talk to them and explain to them certain aspects or certain things? You should be able to do that. I'm saying to you, just because people have ran into immature people who have not figured out how to navigate keeping secrets, holding relationships precious, does not mean that every person that you run across is a bad person or will do you dirty in that way. You as a human
We didn't
being,
say they were. We didn't say they were bad. We just said we know as men,
right?
just like you. When we talk to you, you have a a strong tongue, and I can't beat you up or anything like that when you say something distasteful to me. So it's best if a man just keeps the shit to himself and tell one of his bros
Wait a minute,
instead of going back and blabbing it to a woman.
wait a minute. One question: should a man be able to tell his wife what he needs to be able to tell her?
That's a very vague question.
No,
So
no, no, no,
kind of
no. Should
it is.
should he be able to tell his woman what he wants to? I didn't say tell him. I didn't say tell her everything. I said tell her what he wants to tell her and be able to be safely be able to be safe in that space when he does tell her. Should he be able to do that? That's the question. It's not the nuances that we're trying to answer. We're trying to answer that one question because, of course, there are instances in which you can, and then there's instances in which you can't. And they're both giving us each side. But I'm saying, should you be able to go to your woman and then say X, Y, and Z without worrying about her telling or throwing it in your face later on? Should you?
You absolutely should be able. You
Okay.
absolutely. So
Then
that is
we have to
yes.
work from that. We work from that. Even though, even though a lot of men say they can't, you should be able to. And why should you be able to tell? You give me the reason why. I'm gonna argue. I wanna hear why you think a man should be able to tell his wife certain things. Why?
Well, you shouldn't be able to tell your wife things because your wife is the closest. She is the other partner. You're the left brain, she's the right brain. You should be because she's your other half.
Okay.
You should be able to trust your left hand and your right hand, and they be able to work in conjunction with each other. You absolutely should be able to do that.
Right. So the question when someone asks, should you be able to go to your spouse and be vulnerable with your spouse with every particular thing you want to go to him for? I get that a man is not going to go to his wife and say most of these things. Oh, baby, I just feel like such a jerk. I don't. No, I'm not saying vomit all over your wife. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is maybe we're not gonna make X, Y, and Z this year. We might not be able to go to X, Y, and Z this year. Somebody confided in me, and I just wanted to bounce it off you, wife. Can you tell X? Can you give me your take on it? You should be able to go to a spouse like that. That is a normal and necessary part of a healthy and happy relationship. Because when I go to you the first time and I know that I can trust you, I tell you a small secret. I tell you something that will not make me vulnerable, but I'm testing your loyalty. I tell you this one thing and you keep it, and you don't confide in anyone. You don't throw it back into my face. It builds trust between a man and a woman.
Okay, great.
You don't automatically trust the person. The trust is built and you do little testing and little markers to say, yeah, I can tell her X, Y, and Z. That's the point of being involved with someone up to 2 or 3 years before you marry them, because it's a testing pattern. It's a testing time where you figure out whether you can deepen the intimacy between you and your spouse, whether you align with that person, whether that person has your trust. I'm going to tell her a little secret at the beginning of our relationship, and let's see whether she throws it back in my face. Okay, boom. She ain't never threw it back in my face. It's 6 months down the line. Can I tell her something else and see if she can keep it to herself? Can I tell him something else and see if he can keep it to himself? Now she finna go around my family where I told her this little bit of secret. Can she keep it to herself? We get into our first fight. Is she gonna bring it up into that fight? These are things you have to build trust in a person. This is how you test a person and you build that trust. You just don't give that trust to your wife. And then once you know that person, I know she's not gonna do that because that's not how she is. That's when you know you can tell her other things after you're in a relationship. I'm not saying right off the bat you tell her everything, okay? But at some point, don't y'all get tired of not being able to be yourself in a relationship because you're afraid somebody's going to tell something? When it's done right, when you have gotten the vulnerability, the trust right with somebody, the love and the love deepens between two people. When I know I can face challenges with this person and know they got my back and not gonna say nothing. You give little testers. That's the whole point. People don't give testers. They just open their mouth and vomit and then expect a person to keep shit to themselves. I would never do that. Like I was explaining to you before, there's things I probably would never, that Fee don't know about me to this day, but it wasn't relevant to our relationship. Okay. It's not relevant to our, so I would never tell a person about my sexual past. As long as I wasn't gay in another life, as long as I wasn't having group sex in another life, I would never tell nobody what bodies I have. That would never, that's something I would never tell. Just like there's things that men would never tell. Okay. So I'm saying vulnerability, trust is key. So yes, you should be able to tell your spouse, and you should make markers in which you test that trustworthiness. Okay. So when a person said, no, hell no, I ain't telling my wife nothing, then you don't want a wife. Then you don't want a husband. Then you don't want a real relationship. I would get tired of hiding myself. Why would I get into a relationship where I got to hide myself even more? Why wouldn't I just stay single and then don't tell nobody nothing? But most people seek to have experiences and relationships in which they can trust people. So no, I don't stand with the
Okay.
pattern
Are
of
you
not telling people.
all right? Are you done?
Yeah,
I mean, that was a
No.
beautiful spiel, but it doesn't go that way for me. How many times have you heard a woman say that a man had a small dick or that he was broke? Have you ever heard that?
Not from a real person, no.
But you've heard it before, correct?
Only like on here somebody would say maybe that only from a man on here who said a woman said it to him. I've never heard a woman say it. No.
Right. So, and that's why I say you need to go outside and expand your circle. Women, women tell stuff all about. Women tell stuff. I had to go hook up a washer and dryer for a girl a couple of months ago, and she was telling me everything about this nigga who she was fucking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was her
Bitch, I said,
husband? She was telling you about her husband, or she was telling about
yeah,
somebody fucking?
yeah.
Mm.
I just came over here to hook this washer and dryer up and make some extra dough. You
So
telling me you telling me everything. That's why I'm telling you, it is not okay for men If you're lacking as a man or in any area, your woman, the person that's closest to you, if she gets pissed off, and this girl was mad, she gets pissed off, she's gonna tell it.
Yeah.
You
So
you
I personally,
that's
I
just not
never
that's
had.
just not you. That's just not you, HQ.
Right. I
That's
mean,
just not you.
right. But then you have to admit, and you have to concede that there's mature human beings walking this planet that would not do that, right or wrong.
Of course, because we're not saying
All right.
all.
All right.
Help.
So
So because
we can say
because
that's
we
vulnerability.
never say all. We never
Mhm.
say all.
Right.
But as for men, we know that if we tell you something, and you're talking about year 3, year 4, year 5, what happens in year 6 when you do something and she's pissed off? Now she's blabbing everything. This nigga done killed 85 people.
Yeah, but we can only go by what we have done in the past and what the level of trust we have gotten.
Exactly. And us men, HQ, and what I'm telling you is, us men have seen a pattern over the past, over the course of our lives, to where we know that we can't share with you
Okay, you
as
have to
women.
give me something in which men said you better not tell her this. Like what? You have a small dick? What?
What, what, what,
I robbed a grocery store. I'm what? I had sex with another man. I
um,
mean, what are we talking about that you
it,
cannot
it,
tell your
any,
wife?
any, anything that could be bad. My father left us when I was young. If a dude had a dad who wasn't in his life, we're talking about things that are vulnerable to men, and things that are vulnerable to men invoke feelings. I robbed a grocery store. Nobody fucking cares about that. Nobody cares about that. HQ.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you
So
what secrets are you
I'm
talking
talking about things. So I'm talking about things that are hurtful. My mom said she didn't love me when my brother got killed and wished it was me.
about?
When 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 you tell a woman like that and that gets thrown back in your face, those that's like bitch ass nigga. You can't come back from certain things.
Right,
You see
right.
what I mean?
I'm
But
saying,
it's not going to happen. But it's not going to happen immediately.
but
It's
I'm
going to happen
saying,
5 or 10 years. Go
but
ahead.
I'm saying that. But I'm saying it's a matter of you picking the right particular person that you give markers to throughout your relationship that will let you know that you can say these kind of things too, or let you know.
HQ.
I mean, I
Women
wouldn't.
change.
Huh?
Women change though. HQ. You guys
But
change
you
and
all change too.
metamorph.
But you
No,
all
we don't.
change
We
too.
stay the same.
No,
We still just wanna rub on your ass, get a sandwich, and go to sleep and go to work.
and
We
I'm
don't
saying,
change.
to you, it depends on who you're dealing with. I'm not saying you don't have that problem. I am saying you are supposed to be able to go to your wife or your spouse and say these kind of things. I have very rarely heard people come on here and say, my spouse did X, Y, and Z. I've heard of girlfriends doing things that were out of pocket like that. I've never heard of wives just actually saying that shit out loud where other people could hear it. I've never heard of a woman saying that out loud where other people could hear it. We get into a fight. And then you say something like that, then we have a level of immaturity going on. That's something that you made a mistake on. You got involved with a human being that was not mature. Most
That's
people,
right. That's right, HQ. And who do I say is always at fault? I say it is always the man's fault.
no,
Don't
because
I?
you're making it seem as though men don't do this same thing. Human beings do this. It's just not just a woman who does these things. Men do these things too. We can't just blame the woman because we have immature men. Just because a woman throws something in your face doesn't mean that a man doesn't do other things that are hurtful too. That's a very hurtful thing that a woman would do, is throw that in his face. But men also do hurtful things to women. So, and then she wonders why, how the hell did I do that? Why did I get involved with him? And he would do something like that. So we
So
both
so
have
so what are you talking about by hurtful things? What are you talking about by hurtful things?
Man, that would be I want to say a difficult thing. I would say maybe it would be something like I'll take your example. You said you just going out and having sex doesn't mean anything to you. And men expect women to be okay with that. That's a hurtful thing. And men will do it in a heartbeat according to you. According to you, you'll do
That
it
is
in a
hurtful to
heartbeat.
you. That is hurtful to you. But HQ,
No.
we kind of we
Just
kind
like
of
you
have to
said,
take you. We kind of have to take you out of it because you're
hold
not
on.
like regular
No,
women.
hold on. Just like you said, men cannot be vulnerable with their woman because she'll throw a secret in her face. The same goes for a woman. This is one of the things that you said men will do. They will go out and they will cheat, and it won't mean anything. Or any of those kind of scenarios, that still every woman is going to feel hurt and vulnerable when this thing happens. Not every woman is going to take that on the chin. No woman is going to take getting cheated on the chin. She can mask it. She can hide it, just like men can mask it, and men will hide it, the hurt and the pain. Women also stop telling me I'm talking nonsense. I'm a woman. I already know how a woman feels when she gets cheated on. Y'all say that's okay. Y'all say y'all can go out and do it. It don't mean anything. It means something to the women. Okay. I'm telling you what it means to the woman. Don't tell me how a woman feels. I know how she feels. I'm a woman. No woman wants to hear her. Oh, it didn't mean anything. Oh, I cheated, but because you wouldn't give me pussy, I cheated. Or I went on a trip and I cheated. Or I'm flirting with the waitress and I'm sitting here, blah, blah, blah. And you're flirting with the waitress. No, I didn't cheat. I was just flirting. You think that's not hurtful? Of course, these things are hurtful. These are hurtful things. I'm saying both parties do things that are hurtful. But you should be able to trust your wife or your spouse. And I get it. Men say, hell no. I'm not saying tell her everything. I'm never going to tell a spouse everything because I'm just that type of person that I can evaluate whether it's going to be impactful or not on my relationship. I'm not telling nobody a body count. That's one of the main things I will never tell anybody. So I'm saying there's things that people hold back. Hold back certain things if you don't feel your partner is trustworthy. But if your partner is trustworthy, and they should be trustworthy, then we should be having a conversation about.
Let me ask you a question, HQ. Are women emotional? Are women emotional?
Yes, we are emotional, and men are emotional. You just hide it better. That's all.
Okay. So we hide it better, and you wear your emotions on your sleeves
Well, I
as
don't,
women.
but most
Not,
women do.
not,
Yes,
not you. We're
most
not
women.
talking about you.
Yes,
When I say you, I'm just talking about the general populace of women, right?
yes,
When I
yes,
say you,
yes.
when you are emotional as women, do things just fly out your damn mouths? Do you guys just say shit?
People can. I believe that happens. Yes,
It's a yes
but
or no. Okay,
I
so
believe that happens. Yes,
it's a yes.
yes.
So are women are you vindictive? If you do something to me, I'm a damn sure do something. Are you
Okay, so
vindictive?
yeah, see, look, we have the tit for tat. We have the tit for tat thing.
Right. So now we got vindictive and petty, and we have emotion.
No, you
H-
want me to disagree with you. I didn't say I disagree with you. I agree with
I'm,
you
I'm
that people
I'm
will
not
do.
I'm exactly, but I'm not talking about. Okay, so listen, and this is going a little bit off subject. So
Okay.
I just heard that Travis Hunter's wife filed for divorce
What?
today, right?
The
Hold
boy?
on. Wait a minute. Yeah, the little black dude. It might not be true, right? We gotta see what comes out. It may not be true, but I
Oh.
just heard that she filed for divorce because she's pregnant by another man. Now, and
Wow.
that's what I heard this morning. I am not saying this true, but
Right.
if it is true,
Yes.
HQ,
Yes.
we won't hear a peep from him. He won't say anything about it. You know why? Because us guys don't do that, HQ. We don't do that. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. I talk to men whose wives have cheated on them. It was another dude in Detroit. He chased his wife down. All three of the damn kids. They've been married for 9 years. All three of the damn kids wasn't his. And he
Yeah.
was shooting in the air. And when he got close up on her, he pistol whipped her. He wasn't trying to kill her, but he was mad enough to lash out. We don't do that, HQ. We
Yes.
don't
I,
go
I
around
don't
blabbing and shit
disagree
like
with
that.
you. I don't disagree with you, but that was not the question, Black America. The question was, should you be able to confide in your wife or your significant other? You
And
should
I
be.
said yes. And I
So,
say yes,
okay,
should be.
but
But we
that's
know
not the
as a
reality.
pattern of
Right,
women, we can't.
right. It's not the reality for a lot of men. I get all of that. But you see how that makes you, you see how you're not fully invested in that relationship if that's what you have to do.
HQ, if a man is going to work every day and coming home and feeding the house, the man is fully invested.
No,
You,
no,
you
no, no,
got.
no. You
We
see, you're
hold
not
on,
getting what
hold
I'm
on,
saying.
hold
You're not
on,
getting
hold
what
on
I'm
one second. Hold on one second. You guys are operating on feelings. We operate on duty. It is my duty and an honor and a privilege to make sure that you guys, as my family, are doing well and all of these things. The only thing that makes a man smile, and this is probably you're going to look back in your memory banks and be like, you goddamn right. The only thing that makes us smile is seeing the kids smile and laugh and be happy. We don't have a fucking reason to smile about anything, HQ. Only time we smile is when we see our kids are happy or they do something, exciting, or oh look, I swim across the pool. My baby now she can swim across the pool. We sitting in the backyard and she, last year she holding to the side. Now she's swimming all the way across the pool. That's what makes us smile. That's it, HQ. You guys you are coming from this love angle. It just doesn't work for me.
Yes, I mean, but this is you, Black America. This is you. You have battle scars that other people would not even fathom that they could have, or they would have gotten throughout their lifetime. I get all of that. You have those kind of battle scars.
Most men
But
do,
most
HQ.
men,
Is
but
what
most
I'm.
men don't have as much as you. You come from a
Most men
mindset
do. I
differently.
I promise you, we do. I promise you, we do, HQ. I promise
No,
you.
the regular, average, everyday guy does not have the battle scars that you do. Okay, my point, and this is my point. My point. You said, um, I said that a man cannot fully, if a man cannot trust his wife or a wife cannot trust her husband, they are not fully invested in that relationship. If a man cannot trust his wife, it absolutely to me means he cannot fully be himself or fully be invested in that marriage. You say otherwise, I say no. Trust is what allows someone to let their guard down. That is what trust does. Without it, you're always on edge. You got to filter what you say. You hide parts of yourself. You keep certain feelings locked away. seriously, you are not involved or fully invested in that relationship if you don't put those 3 or 4 things into a relationship. That is not the same as living authentically in a relationship with somebody. That's living in defense mode. Nobody wants to live in defense mode, Black America. Over time, that will create an emotional distance and make that marriage feel like a business arrangement or a war zone instead of a true partnership or true marriage. That's why I say you are not fully invested in your relationship if you do not have those things. Okay? Every time you turn around and you express that, you have to filter what you say. I can't tell her nothing. You living on the edge, man. I'm waiting for her to blow up.
Hold on. You told me he couldn't just talk to you any kind of way, so he had to filter himself. But please continue.
Filter him, yes, filter himself but he didn't filter himself. He didn't filter himself. I mean, talk to me in a certain kind of way, like as in you're a bitch or blah blah blah, like that. But he definitely said what he wanted to say. He just didn't say you're being a bitch today, blah blah blah. Because I said I don't want to be called a bitch. I don't want to be called an X, Y, and Z. But other than that, he said what he wanted to say to me. He
But
told me what he wanted to tell
he
me.
filtered himself. He
Yeah, but
filtered himself for you.
filtering, not calling me names is not filtering him saying he's vulnerable about his father. He never had a problem telling me, my father and I, we were kind of separated, blah, 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 blah. This is the first time ever in 30 odd years that I'm even mentioning his relationship with his father. That's the kind of trust he had in me. Even after his death, he could make sure he would make sure that he knew I was not the type of person that would say something like that. This is the first time I'm ever saying something about his father to anybody outside of him and what he told me. And I would never
HQ.
say that.
So let's bring it back down. So him and his father, I understand that. So you are the woman that did not throw it back in his face.
No,
You see what I mean? You
never.
didn't throw it back. You didn't throw it back in his face. And what I am telling you is women, not you in particular, because you're a particular type of woman, women in general will absolutely throw something like that. And that's why your daddy didn't love you. That's why he went to prison when you was 5 and you didn't see him again till you were 30. And women will absolutely do that to men. You know why? Because you can cut us with your tongue and we don't have any recourse. There is nothing that we can do back to you. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, but there was a choice that was made. There was a choice that was made for you to. There was a choice for you to make to tell her that particular thing. There was a choice, and that's not shading yourself. That's not hiding yourself. If you decide you're not going to have a conversation about my dad, well, I don't really want to have a conversation about the man. The man was never in my life. I don't have any ill will or no kind of feelings whatsoever. You have the opportunity to say that. That's what you have an opportunity to say. You know who you can trust and say X, Y, and Z to. Not every human being is going to betray that trust. Not every human being will. Not every female will. Okay? So I'm saying, how do you if just for example, Black America, if you couldn't tell, this is the person that you married and you're supposed to be your 100% authentic self with, Black America. This is the person that you're supposed to be 100 authentically yourself with. And if it was relevant, it would be relevant. I'm listening just fine. I heard him. I heard what he said. I'm listening just fine. Okay. You all keep telling me I'm not listening. I am listening. This is the person that you're supposed to be 100% authentic with. As I stated the other day, you don't have to tell them everything. You don't have to tell them everything. You can tell them the bulk of things that are relevant to your relationship that will not hinder what's going on in your relationship. Okay. But I'm still saying, if you are in a relationship and you're hiding 40% of yourself, then you're not truly in that relationship. You're not truly in that whole thing of marital partnership, all of that. You're just not totally there. Okay. You're hiding parts of your body. I understand 10% that you're not going to tell her. I'm just not going to tell her this. Just ain't going to tell her this. Certain things you just ain't going to tell. Like I said, there's certain things I'm just not going to say. Of course, I know there's 10% of things that I'm not going to say, right? But that doesn't mean that you wouldn't be totally invested 90%, okay? And you're talking about a very vulnerable part of yourself. And I get it. You're supposed to be able to say it, but you can't. I get that too. But we're not going to promote the fact that you're scared of your vulnerability. We're not going to promote the fact that
It's not being
that you married
it's not being
a person
scared
that
of
doesn't.
vulnerability.
Yeah, it's being
It's not
cautious.
being
But
yeah. What
we're not gonna promote that every woman is gonna tell your secrets, because I know there's women out here who will not do that. You have to make the choice, or you have to find the right individual that will not say these things.
HQ. We keep
And
telling
there's
you,
markers, and there's
you don't
markers that you
deal
have.
with women. You don't
What?
deal with women. You don't know how men and
No,
women what it
I
looks
get
like
it.
to interact with a woman. I'm
And
I
asking you a
and
I
lot
get
different.
what you're talking about. I get it, but you're
HQ,
supposed to be able to do it. That's all I'm saying.
H,
You're supposed to.
HQ.
Yes.
I said you're
How you
Um,
supposed to
doing,
be
man?
able.
fully family of God. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. How you
Yes.
doing?
Hey.
Look, my view is that I think that a lot of men are not as open as women would like them to be with themselves, is
Mm-hmm.
because of also past experiences.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of, you don't find a lot of men who um, were only connected with one woman. You find these men that connected themselves with a number of women,
Mm-hmm.
and based on past experiences,
Mm-hmm.
based on when at one time or another in in their life they were open with women, women uh, um, w- uh, exposed them in a way, and
Right.
because of that,
Mm-hmm.
men looked at past experiences and they said, "Look, even though I want to be open
Mm-hmm.
with this one that I love and I trust, I'm not going to because of my past experiences." Now, if you're talking about if you're talking about myself,
Mm-hmm.
me and my wife, we're the only ones for one another. We've never been with a different person. We got married virgins, both of us.
Mm-hmm.
So we share with each other everything because we don't have past traumas or past experiences that
Okay.
allow or that pushes us to be cautious with
Okay.
what what we share with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So we are open with each other with everything, but that's because we have no history with other people for us to be cautious. Most men and most women,
Mm-hmm.
because they've had a history before,
Mm-hmm.
they especially men, we're very cautious with what we say because we don't know what that person, what that woman is going to expose or she's going to say when she's in a bad mood, or when, when they get in a fight, what is
Right.
she going to say to her girlfriends, right? And a lot of men, as I said, because they've been with other women, they
Mm-hmm.
probably have experienced this for them to say, you know what, I'm going to put a shield on this. I would love to share this with this woman that I love, but I'm going to put a shield on it just because of my past experiences. But
Okay,
Yeah.
so I get that completely. I get what you all are saying. Now, here's the question. How does it feel to know you can't tell her this?
Yeah, it must suck.
So
It must, yeah, it must suck.
so it must suck. So I'm saying you're not fully invested in that relationship when you know it sucks to be
Well,
vulnerable
HQ,
for
I,
this
I would
thing.
I wouldn't agree with you. I wouldn't agree. Just because you are not comfortable because of your past experiences, you're not comfortable with sharing something with
Mhm,
this woman that
mhm,
you are with, doesn't mean that you're not fully invested. You have just created these boundaries because of your past experiences. Has nothing to do with the woman that you're with at the moment that you're not fully invested. You may be fully invested, but at the same time, because of what you experienced, you're saying, you know what, I don't want to take that risk because before I thought I could, and it bit me in the ass.
So you start protecting yourself instead of connecting with your partner, you say.
Exactly. So what men do instead of going to their woman for certain things to be open with, they go to other men that they can trust because men don't necessarily do that to other men. We don't go out in the open when we're upset with each other and we point fingers and say, "Oh, remember when you did this? Remember when you did that because you shared with me."
Mhm.
Men don't do that to each other. Now, women, they do that. They expose the things that the man has shared with them.
Right.
Just, that's the way women are. They're very vocal with things. And a lot of time they say things that they don't mean to say, but because women are vocal, they say things out of their mouth that later they regret, and the man gets exposed for it.
Mhm.
So men go to other men that they can trust. They know that no matter what I say to this friend, to this person as a man,
Mhm.
he's not going to expose this secret or this um this area that I'm not very comfortable sharing with a woman.
Mhm. Yeah, I get it. You all, I understand where you came from. I understand where you're coming from. I mean, there's something to be said to have a wolf pack. There's something to be said to have that. And most men should have some kind of outlet that they can speak to, talk to, bounce ideas off of. I understand that. And if you have to, withdraw a little bit, or hold a little bit back from a woman, I understand that completely too. But I'm also saying there has to be something and we'll agree to disagree. But and I understand what you're saying. You're saying you can't allow yourself to be vulnerable because of past experiences, and I get that too. But we have to agree that you should be able to be vulnerable with a spouse, whether it's man or woman. You can't because of past experiences, right? And I get that.
Correct.
But we cannot just write every human being off and say every woman is going to run her mouth and say X, Y, and Z,
Yeah, I agree.
or every man is going to cheat, or
Agree.
we can't do that
Agree,
because
HQ.
you
But
know,
how do you know what the future brings? You
right.
don't know. You
That's why I
don't
said test it.
as exact, but as right. But what I'm saying is because you've tested over and over and over again with other women, when
Mhm.
you do get together with this one that you want to be honest and you want to be open, it's within man's nature to protect himself
Right.
because we are protectors.
Mhm.
So what
I
we're
get
gonna
it.
do,
I do. I
yeah,
mean, I understand that. I, to me,
and
I,
it has nothing to
over.
do with the person that you're with.
Right.
It has nothing to do with that. The
Hmm.
the woman that you're with that you want to be open,
Hmm.
it's not her fault that
Right.
he's not being open. And a lot of women are like, well, why can't he be open with me? And we're having this relationship, we're having this connection, and I'm being honest with him, but why isn't he honest with me? I thought we were on the same page.
Right.
Well, it's not it has nothing to do with her. It has all to do with what he has experienced before he got to this person. But because he doesn't know what might happen in the future,
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't, he drew a line and he said, I'm not going past this line no more because of other things that has happened.
So we gonna put a pin in that. We're gonna put a pin in that because I understand. I hear you. You know, you from past experiences, you're not able to be vulnerable there, and it kind of bothers me. Not to say you all do that, but it to you have to filter yourself, and it's hiding yourself, and I get it. It's self-preservation. I get all of that. I do. But it's
HQ,
sad.
why do you think that a man is more comfortable to go to a therapist and tell that therapist things that he's uncomfortable telling his wife?
Because he knows that person has nothing invested, and
Exactly.
that person is out will not use it against him. But
Exactly.
do you understand what I'm saying to you?
No, I do.
I
I
know,
do.
hold on, you for the audience. It takes for me. You're living with a filter, and I get that. But what does it say that I married this human being and I cannot trust him completely? That's all I'm saying. What
Yeah,
does
that's
it say that I cannot trust this person? Because it is a matter of trusting. It is a matter of trusting that I
agree.
cannot trust this person, even after past experiences. I cannot trust this person
Yeah,
to
that trust is not there 100% as you
right.
want to put it. Yeah,
So
agree.
I'm just saying that part is a terrible way to know that men are living that reality. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You're living that, and I get it. You cannot do it, but you're living that reality, and that's fucked up. Excuse my French, but
yeah,
for men to say I cannot tell my wife X, Y, and Z, or my girlfriend X, Y, and Z, that's fucked up. To know you cannot be authentic in the moment and know that this person holds everything in your hand and they are trustworthy enough to do it. And
yeah.
I get it. I get it. Okay.
And I think that's where Melanin is I've seen this debate and I think that's what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Man, do not go to the woman unless she was a virgin and
Mm-hmm.
you also didn't have past experiences that affected you or that is affecting you for you to be open with this one person that you're building your life with.
Right. Right. Let's listen to this small snippet and then we'll go on to the next part. Okay.
order to get this
Let's
out. It's
Melanin.
not you. And regardless of maybe you're not that type of woman, but the majority of women, if he starts coming to her with too many problems, what is the point of letting him lead me? If you're always seeking, coming to me to figure things out for you, why would I let you lead me anywhere?
Okay, so I like that statement. If you're always coming to me about things, then how am I going to let you lead? Well, that's the good thing and beautiful thing about a relationship, because leading doesn't always mean I have the final say so. Leading means in a relationship, let's figure it out together and then I make that final say. But it's not, I'm going to do what you're going to do what I say, and that's going to be the end of it. That
Who's the head?
never works.
Who's the head?
Who's the head?
Yeah.
Christ. Christ is the head.
Okay,
And
so outside of Christ, who's the head?
Christ, and then the husband,
Okay, and then who?
and then the wife.
Okay, so you're asking for equality.
I'm not
By your
asking for
statement, you're
equality. I'm just saying in relationships, it don't work if you come in and saying that you're gonna follow what I tell you to do. That doesn't work. Okay.
And then she goes on to say, well, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. And I get that dynamic. I get it because women these days I think of relationships as partnerships, and I get it. Men don't like that word, but it works for women. So if half of the population says partnership works and the other half says it doesn't, we have to come to some kind of middle ground and make it work, right? So I get what she's saying. Melanie is saying, well, you're the head of the household. We understand all of that, but you also have to understand, as the head of the household, you made a decision to marry this person, and you made a calculated risk to say, I won't be able to tell this person X, Y, and Z. You, as the head, made a calculated risk. Okay, but why is it that if you made a calculated decision to marry this woman, knowing that maybe she might say something, why didn't you yourself against it? Uh, armor yourself against what she would say, and be fully invested in a relationship. I'm asking family of God.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both of them because I do agree with Melanin when she is saying that yes, he is the head and
Mhm,
he's the final say. I agree with that. But I also agree with Tierney what she's saying that it's not just the man that comes up with these decisions and then
mhm,
that's it. Like
mhm.
he says something and that's it. She has no say.
Right.
It shouldn't be that because the way I look at it, I look at this way. My wife, she's the she brings the wisdom in which I don't see,
Mhm,
and then with her wisdom, I make a decision, right? But we
mhm.
both come together in a way that the decision that I make is not just my decision, but
Right.
I'm using her wisdom and I'm listening to her to see if what she's bringing makes sense. If what she's bringing doesn't make sense, then I'm forced to make a decision on my own because she is going to drive us into the ditch, per se.
Right. Right.
But if what she's bringing to the table makes sense, then yes, we should be listening to each other. And but the man is he needs to have the final say because he should be the head of the family. So
Okay. Okay. So my thing is this. How you said you should bring account. So what is the ill using partnership? Why is that an ill word to use? Why do you think?
well, partnership it implies that she is going to have a final say as well.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because if we're like a business, if I have a partner in business, my partner is going to make decisions and he's going to have the final say sometimes because he is the partner.
Mhm.
And so when men and women think about partnership, it's almost like I have 50% of power of this is the final say, and you
Mhm.
have the other 50% of the power of this is the final say. So it's hard to be the head when you are dividing the head into two and saying you take this side and I take this side.
Right. Right.
So it doesn't work like that. No, you know, the head is one. You don't divide the head and then, the head is one and the head drives the body, correct?
Mhm. Mhm.
So, and to respond to your question, if he knows that she's a certain way, because a lot of men get with these women that are successful, they're
Mhm.
very strong-minded, they're
Right.
very accomplished and they get with these women and then whenever the relationship carries she wants to lead in some certain in some ways because she's been raised like that. She's my wife, for example, she is a leader. My
Mhm.
wife is a leader by her character. That's the way she is. uh,
Is your wife a is she some has authority at her job?
well, she's a doctor.
So she definitely has some kind of authority at her job.
Some right.
Some. So how does that translate? How does that translate into uh the experience at home? Is she Does she turn that off, or can she turn that off? Or do you require her to turn that boss type energy off?
Right. It's it's something that now, after almost 15 years that we've been together, it's something that she understands how to turn it off. Because for the first 3 years of our marriage, because it is within her to lead, she wanted to do that. And I would have to remind her
Mm-hmm.
that I'm the head. I'm supposed to be the head based on our belief, based on our religion.
Mm-hmm.
If we look at it, who is the head? So I would have to ask her over and over, who's the head? And then she would reply, you are. And then I would say, why are you trying to lead then?
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't automatically attack her, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I would remind her, okay, I understand that you have been raised to be this leader because you're a doctor. You should be leading, right?
Right.
In the workforce. But when you come home, try to remember where you or who you coming home to. You're coming home to your head. So now you have to put this leadership aside and say, you know what? I'm going to follow inside of the home,
Mm-hmm.
but in the workforce, I have to be the head because I'm the doctor. So it's something that the man has to,
You
instead of,
you said that you had to remind her more than once. Does that mean it was difficult for her to turn it off, or did she or is it uh easy to do it now? I mean, what was the transition like? Was it difficult for her to turn off the boss energy, or she was one of the people that understood job home? What?
right. It was hard in the beginning. It was hard in the beginning. It's the same. It's just, let me give you this analogy. It's the same way that, I tell her, uh, uh, you know, next week you're going to be running a marathon,
Mhm,
right? She's going to have to train for that marathon. So she's not going to be able to run this marathon from one day to another. She needs to have some time to train
mhm,
and know her boundaries. How fast can she run? How slow, her stepping. How far does she step to make this marathon work? So
mhm,
there's certain things that in the beginning it doesn't make sense, and it kind of fights against yourself because you just want to be who you are. And
mhm,
so for her, it was hard in the beginning, but as our marriage continued through the years, she started to understand what I meant by reminding her over and over,
mhm,
you gotta turn this off when you come home. Because
mhm,
if you don't know how to do that,
mhm,
then you're gonna have two heads trying to lead the home,
mhm.
and that is destructive.
So my question is, what do you do? What is your profession? Or what business industry are you in? Let's put it that way. I don't
Well,
want you to tell me exactly what you do, but are you in the
right.
warehouse industry? Are you a doctor yourself, a lawyer? I mean, what profession do you do?
Well, right now I'm working at a manufacturer, so I'm just a regular worker. I'm just a
Okay, so how did you end up? How did you end
Hold
up, or
on, hold
how
on,
does that
hold
dynamic?
on, hold on,
What?
hold on,
What?
HQ, hold on,
Okay,
HQ, because
all right.
because I remember this brother. He came over to a health show, right? This
Okay,
this is the white dude. He real cool. I like the things he says,
okay,
but we need to have a caveat. Sir,
okay,
is your wife a black woman?
no, she is Asian.
And there
okay.
you
What?
have
What? Yeah, but what caveat? We're not even thinking in terms of
it.
we're not we're
Be,
thinking in terms of the dynamic of
well,
boss
I
lady or
mean,
boss woman. I'm not even going down that route. I didn't
I,
think
I,
I
I
didn't
know.
think he was married to a black woman. I assumed he was married to somebody that was white or whatever. I assumed that.
Well,
I mean, because
you
you're not
you
black,
don't
right? Because you're not black,
no
family of God, right?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, so I assumed he
no.
was not married to a black woman. So
S-
what I was
s-
asking him
s-
has nothing to do with black or white.
No, so this is what it has to do. You hear any Asian men complaining about what their women are doing or not doing? You hear a lot of Asian women complaining about there's no men now, that can step up to them. You don't, once again, you don't hear about the men complaining about the women. It is only us and our culture with our women. We deal with you guys 85,
No,
95% of it.
no. That
Hold on, hold
it
on,
is the
hold
same.
on.
It's the same. You didn't hear what he was saying.
Really?
You
I
didn't.
heard everything I heard everything he said. I heard everything he said. She had a problem in the first couple of years of turning it off and this, that, and the other. But
Right.
his girl is a doctor. It'll be a black woman that worked at Family Dollar acting the same as his girl, HQ.
That's all women then.
It's
Then
it,
that would be all women.
no, I'm talking about in general, our women.
Then it would be all women.
No, not all women.
Just because the
Stop
length of
saying stop
time.
saying
No,
all. That's not fair.
just
Stop saying
because
all.
wait a minute, just because of the length of time, just because of the profession, they still, all men are still having the issue with a woman turning whatever off when she comes in the door and following the things that they put down in a household. That's all women. That's modern women. That is not
No,
just black
HQ.
women.
No, HQ. My number two is a lawyer, right? And she had the same problem with it also, right? But at the same time, it's a repetitive thing. It's just like he said, training her for a marathon. It's a repetitive thing. No, you can't do that. No, I don't bring ice cream into the house. No, it's no soda in my house. No, this, no, that. And either they want to stay and they'll stay, or sometimes it gets to the point to where they'll leave. Evidently, his wife wanted to stay. I'm telling you, black women that work a Family Dollar or a Circle K will act like a doctor. They'll act like a boss babe.
So therefore, it's all women. It's not just boss women. It's all women act like that. Most women may act like that. So it has nothing to do with race. It has to do with their personality.
His wife turned it off. I'm telling you, most black women will not turn it
But
off.
you don't know that, and we haven't asked him that.
I've been okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening though. I'm enjoying you, my white brother. Go ahead.
So I'm saying, family of God, you sometimes have to do you have to sometimes do a reminder, or it's not a reminder, it's more of we're going to go in this direction and she just falls into what you say to do.
Yeah, we've gotten, after almost 15 years of being together, we've gotten to a point that is second nature now.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you've been, but in the beginning, I'm not saying it was issues. I'm saying you had to remind her, hey, babe, look, you got to turn that off. Come on in the house and blah, blah, blah. Right. You had to,
Right.
you had to do that, several times over the years, and then you've fallen into a pattern. I'm saying it's not a black and white or a Mexican or Asian wife thing. It's a woman thing, modern day
Right.
woman thing, because
Mhm.
modern day women are so independent these days that when they're at work, they got to get that money. They got to do what they got to do. And when they come home, it's like, look, there's a switch that has to be turned on. The man is the head of the household. And then you have to remember that. So I'm saying it's not just a black and white or Hispanic or whatever.
Can,
It's a
can,
woman
can
thing.
you
That's
name,
all I'm saying.
can you name, hold on, can you name or point out a black female doctor that is married to a regular person? Somebody that's not a super high earner, somebody without a name, just a regular, average, everyday Joe. Can you name even two or three of them?
I,
Even one?
I don't know any. I don't know any black women. I don't know any doctor black women personally to even say that. I'm saying I've known women who are high powered women who were the bosses in places that they worked, that you could tell when we went to company picnics that she was the second chair. So she knew how to turn it off as a black woman. She knew how to turn it off as a wife. I'm saying modern women are like that these days.
What
Erica,
did her husband do? What did her husband do?
oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Years ago, I
That
can't.
that's
Well, one
that
was
that
manufacturing,
that's
another one was a bus driver, another one was a
come
general
on.
manager. I mean, I could never say. I can't remember completely. I just know I've never seen a boss woman bulk up to her husband. I mean, I'm not privy to the marriages. I mean, I can't say that. I'm not privy to all of these marriages. I can only go by what people say. You're saying it's a black woman thing. I'm saying it's not a black woman thing. I'm saying it's a female thing when she's a boss that she has to learn how to will herself, like Erica Carter said, she has to will herself not to be that way when she walks in the door. She needs to completely turn it off on her way from the car into the door. And that's a female thing, not a black woman thing. Okay. Because when he's telling you, Family of God is telling you, he also ran into that issue with his wife. Just because she stopped doing it to she stopped doing it doesn't mean that it still doesn't rear its ugly head. No, I'm not dismissing anything. I'm saying to Black America, he's trying to make it a black woman thing. It's not just a black woman thing. It's a woman thing,
Well,
a female
well,
woman thing.
this is the whole thing. And Family Guy, like I said, I seen him. He came over to Helm Show one time. Nice seeing you again, young man.
Yeah, same here,
He
Black
is,
America.
he is, he he's in a younger. I
Demographic.
think he was younger. How old are you? 38. How old was you, young man? How old were you?
Yes, sir. I'm 38.
Right. He's 38 years old. I remember he's 38 years old. He's in that a younger demographic, and we see HQ unfortunately with our women in that demographic. They if they work at Family Dollar, they want you to be some kind of professional athlete down there, bringing in that money to where they would listen to. It's they high power women are single because they can't turn it off. You have to look at the Tracy Ellis Ross. You have to look at the cookies and the Oprahs and all of these things. It is a pattern, HQ. I'm not telling you nothing false. It is a pattern with our women.
I
Even though J Lo was a pure jackass, tell you what, J Lo been married 4 or 5 times at this point.
J Lo
Yeah,
got more
and
rings than Tom Brady. J Lo got more rings than Tom Brady.
okay.
Stop it.
Okay.
And let me say this that with my wife, she cared more, and it's so true. I was reading a comment,
You're welcome.
and somebody commented, and I have to agree that my wife cared more about uh, um, submitting to me as the head of the home than she cared about being in power. Because
Right.
let me say this, that when I would go to the clinics that she would be working and taking patients, when I would sit down and waiting for her, because I would sometimes have to pick her up, I could sense the power with her walking around with the white gown, with all the pens and all the stuff that she was carrying, taking in patients. People would look at her like they would call her ma'am, they would call her doctor, they would call all of these things of course, out of respect, but they look up to her for
Right.
her to come up with a solution to make them better. And I saw that energy and the way she carried herself as this leader because she needs to be, because a lot of people depend on her expertise for them to get well. And I would see this. And then for her to get out of the door of the clinic, get at home, and then look at me and be like, even with our kids would go to her and ask, "Hey, mommy, can we do this?" And automatically, without saying a word, she would say, "Go ask daddy because he's the head." So she would not make a decision
Mm-hmm.
with me, knowing that I was in the home. She would not make a decision without me making a decision. So
Right.
she cares more about um she cares more about respecting me as the head than power per se. And
Right.
I know that a lot of women, they can't really not just switch it off,
Right.
but um that respect, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but for a lot of women it is a hard thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Phil has a phrase. Dr. Phil a phrase says in an argument, do you want to be right or do you want things to move forward? A lot of times, and I'm just hello to everybody on the
Hey,
panel.
Zeus. Zeus. You
Anything
just
we
went
say
out.
after the end, I want you to know I love.
You're dying out. You're dying out. Zeus. You died out.
Amen.
You died out. Now we can't hear you at all. At all. So yeah, so I get it. I'm gonna put it on the table that are you back, Zeus? I'm gonna put it on the table that it's a woman.
Yes, yes, I'm back.
Okay. Oh, you're back. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Zeus.
Do you want to be right or do
Mhm.
you want things to move forward?
Right.
A
We
lot of
want
times,
to move
you
forward.
know,
Go ahead.
okay, when Black America was speaking about ice cream and soda, those are little arguments, and when somebody starts chirping, those are just minor things he's saying that we're not going to do.
Mm-hmm.
He's laying down micro things in the program. When Black America speaks and when I speak, there's not guys in the group like us. There are a range of people, and they have the same comment that we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
In my corporate office, we have 3 Black women in power. You
But you
can't
know
ask
what?
them for a.
But you know
We
what? I can't believe you because all of you are not married to high-powered women. All of you are not
You
married
can't
to
believe
women.
us, or you can't listen.
No, you can't. I can't believe you because not all men run. Not all men are married to a high-powered person like we're talking about. With the regular average Joe Blow person, obviously is running into that same issue. So I'm saying whether you're black, white, or Hispanic, you're going to run into that with modern day women. It's just not a black thing. That's
You
all I'm saying.
missed the point.
You ain't finished, so I ain't got the points yet.
But you, okay, if I'm not finished, but you jumped in, what was your point?
My point was you said we're all saying the same thing. And I'm saying you can't it can't
All all
be.
all of the men are saying the same thing. As men, we're all having the same problem with women.
Yes, and I'm saying black, white, Hispanic, and Asian. Modern day women. That's what I'm saying.
All I anyway,
Hey,
I see.
hold on, Zeus.
Okay,
HQ, you realize that you are on the black side of YouTube, right?
Yeah, but we have a young gentleman here who is not from the black, who is not a black person, who is saying
Right,
the same
and
thing
you see
you
his
are saying about black women.
outcome. No, she turned it off. She stopped. She quit, and she chose to stay in her marriage. What we're saying is a black woman that works at Family Dollar stocking shelves is going to act just like his doctor wife and not going to turn it up. She's going to keep that same attitude, and like his wife relinquished power. She's not going to go say, go ask your dad. They're not going to do it. So go ahead, though. I'm enjoying it.
But
Zeus.
at the same time, Black America, I would I let me just say this, that I was thinking that a lot of men also are not strong-minded to lead a woman. They're not strong-minded. And so a lot of women pick up on this. A lot of women look at a man and can see that if he is strong-minded, if he's got this energy of a leader or not. So I agree with you as well. I agree with you that a lot of these women who work at Dollar General or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not in a position of leadership, and they can't even if a man asks, hey, can you get a fork or whatever, she's gonna be like, no. I understand completely what you're saying, but at the same time, there are women who, whenever they looked at, because if my wife was with a man that was not strong-minded, that didn't have this leadership energy, she would probably run him over. The way she is, she would probably run him over.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My friend, we appreciate your point, but you're doing what we call unicorn thinking. Because he's talking about generally and the men that he works with and his observation. You always bring the frame back to your wife.
Okay,
In
I
in
hear what
gen,
you're saying. Okay,
in general, women are not leaders. That doesn't mean women can't lead.
sure, agree.
So when you see her at work, she's leading in her lane.
Mm-hmm.
Most when you're a leader, you have to submit to somebody. Every leader has a boss.
Yep.
So what we're saying, or what I'm saying, let me say it for myself. What I'm saying is they can submit to somebody at work, but when they come at home, they forget
Mm,
to submit. That's what we're saying. And we're not
right.
saying when I say, I'm just going to take Black Americans' point. When I say no coke, that makes the team better. When
Yeah.
you fight that, that's your ego. That's where we're going with the conversation.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Okay, I understand now. Yeah,
And don't get me
agreed.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. Please understand this. I love you being in the group because whether we agree with you or not, your thinking is linear. So it's a line of logic. So I totally understand that. With that said, I'm in.
Mm. No, and I understand the whole dynamic. The my point, I've already been over my point. I'm saying this is modern women, period. Modern women these days, period, who have a high power job or a low paying job. They all have that similar same attitude. I'm just saying they all do.
PPM.
and
PPM.
and it's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It just is what it is, and you just got to navigate it. If you plan to marry one of these women, you just got to navigate through it and learn how to say, hey, you need to cut this off at the door and be done with it. I mean, bad or good, it is what it is. Modern day women are like this. Women, we got this one point. We only gonna do this one point left. It's the shadow realm. I don't know what the hell Fatty got going on with this shadow realm shit, but let's listen. Fatty know he be coming up with some shit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jet Life, for opening the Shadow Realm. He actually didn't want as bad as being the decorum. I'm going to give you more 7 minutes for y'all to talk about men can be hoes. And I want y'all to touch on the once a hoe, always a hoe thing. I want y'all to go there. We have more 7 minutes of clock, and then we go to the final main event, the pick me conversation. That will be the main event. Last 30 minutes of the show. So you're going from there. Y'all doing awesome. Y'all doing pretty good. Okay. Numbers are great. I would ask once again, please go ahead and support the ladies that are doing anything. Them, okay? Make sure that you support them. Questions, $10 and up. As soon as the 37 minute panel, okay? Once again, I'll remind you the cash apps are pinned at the top because it's the Lord Day. They go into the church.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
Damn it, Fatty.
Again,
is going up.
Okay. Here we
Thank
go.
you very much. I appreciate. Reality is not based on your delusional.
I did not know
Patreon.
we were gonna go through
you
these super chat. I so apologize, y'all.
But panel
Yourself some food to eat.
of tyranny, and we all know Aries is letting them.
Sorry, y'all.
Something tomorrow, 5 p.m. We have a star-studded panel with the infamous ladies first.
Thank you.
And Friday,
what is going on?
Minister Jeb is going to pull up to the super panel. We have another legend in the building.
Miss Betty.
Super panel.
What?
Mr. Jeb. Okay.
To the 7-minute man can be host or not be host. And once a hoe, always a hoe.
Fatty be doing the most. Don't he doing the most?
Tyranny. Why do you believe that a hoe is not always a hoe? A hoe can be turned into a housewife. A man that is a hoe can become something that is not a hoe. Go ahead. You got the microphone first.
Because I believe in repentance. I believe that what you could have been yesterday doesn't require for you to be who you can be tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody messes up. Nobody comes out the womb like, you know, Buddha. Everybody messes up. And the beautiful thing of messing up is learning. You know, that's why we take our children to school, because they learn. If they made an F on their paper today, they can make an A on their paper tomorrow. If I had men wrong at the age of 17, doesn't mean I still got men wrong at the age of 30. So even if I was doing things that I shouldn't have been doing, or I was out of whose ever order that people are referring to, because some people don't even believe in the Bible, but they talk about order. You know, if people really go off of man or this world's order, there is no order, because this world allows you to have multiple people in your beds. This man allows, you know, same-sex marriage. I believe in God's order. And if Mary Magdalene can get forgiven, why couldn't anybody else? So I don't believe in once a hoe, always a hoe.
Everybody's not Mary Magdalene, but women are born with their value. Men have to accumulate it over the things that they do. That's how they get their respect. That's how they earn their value. Okay, we're born with it.
Everybody's born with value.
Would make us be the hoe to just sit up there and be fondling it away. The one thing that you're proving is just how much mothers are not telling their daughters the vital things that they should know in order to get them to the outcome that they want, which is one body and marriage. Men can be sexually undisciplined. Most of the time, they're sexually undisciplined based off not having guidance of their fathers. Okay? A man experiencing more than one woman, he's meant to be fruitful and multiply. It's really not something to debate. I don't understand why we want to be like them. Just because they can go out and spread their seed far and wide doesn't mean that we're supposed to. We run around with the universe within our womb. That automatically makes us have an obligation of a higher moral code about what we're doing, because we do bring forth life.
Right. We bring forth life. People mess up. You know, a lot of women end up feeling like they have no value because of talking points like, you a hoe if you was a hoe before, and you'll never be anything better. It's like constantly putting us down, and it's not having us realize the reason that we were created outside of more than just a vagina. You know, I see people saying tyranny was failed in life. Sure, my daddy wasn't there, but because God is so good, he allowed other male role models to guide and lead me. And I never seen men say that woman ain't because she's had sex before. I've never seen that. I've never seen men not marry women because they have.
Go ahead.
All right. This
okay. You popping out.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Black America. No, you're breaking out.
Yeah, you're breaking out. In and out.
Oh my. This
you just died. Woo, bored.
Damn. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll remember.
We can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's completely false.
Oh, you just
Yeah.
went out. You got to come in and come back out. Come in and come back
Yeah,
out.
each hopping pretty bad.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. Go in and come back out, and then we can. Yeah.
You know,
Ooh, ooh. Yes, come in, go in, and come back out. Oh, that's terrible. Ooh. Uh, give you the Zeus. Is Zeus here? Zeus.
Yeah, I'm here. What's
What
the
is your
question?
read on? What's your read on what Tierney and Melanin had to say about value? Okay, Black America went out. Zeus, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's your take on what Melanin and Tierney had to say?
Two things. When we were talking about something earlier, it's called the gunny sack theory of the style of communication. That's one. I'll refer back to that later. And the fact that you're talking about now is called the woe and woe factor. When women um, are younger in their 20s and a man is in his 20s, the woman has more value in the sexual market value. That's what we're talking about. The man has to build himself up in the company. He has to build up the king's gold. He has to build up his resources. At 30, he starts to see that light. By 30, the woman's sexual market value declines because she's been married, she has kids, she's divorced. So that's the factor of woe and doe. So she becomes less beautiful, less attractive, and the guy becomes more attractive because he has more resources, more things, etc. With that
Okay,
said,
that's
I'm
your
in.
thought. That's your thought. I totally and completely disagree, but that's just me. Family of Gold, what do you have on that? What thoughts do you have?
What I have on this take is both Melanin and Tyranny are making excuses for accountability, holding each other accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Because Tyranny is saying, yes, we should forgive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we should forgive. But if we are taking, if men are taking these women, they're forgiving these women and taking these women into marriage or into a relationship. Where's the accountability? Because forgiving is not forgetting. And so when Tierney is saying, look at Mary Magdalene, she was a prostitute. She Christ forgave her. Yes, but there's a consequence that now she has to live with. Now, these women that are, selling their bodies around, and then one day they say, I give my life to Jesus. Please forgive me and take me. No, now you have to hold yourself accountable for the decisions that you made. Forgiveness is there, but we shouldn't be taking these women, wifing them and taking them in relationship, and because that is not going to hold them accountable for the decisions that they made in the past. The way we put these women accountable, the way we hold these women accountable is that we say, you know what, you chose to give your body around, you
Mm-hmm.
chose to make these decisions when you were younger, and
Mm-hmm.
now you're saying, take me. And now men should be saying is, no, we're not going to take you, because you should now be an example to future generations, to what happens when young women sell their bodies around, give their bodies around. You should now be as an example and teach these young women what happens. Be that example and tell them this is what happens when you give yourself around at a younger age, when you are the most valuable. This is what happens. So,
Black
and Melanin, I would say that when Melanin was talking about the man, that the man, she was talking about that men are made to multiply. We're also not holding men accountable, because we're making an excuse because man have this nature to multiply, then it's okay for men to be also be sleeping around with as many women as he can without having any responsibility. This multiply, it is within the confound or it is within marriage. It's not within the nature of man. So when she's talking about this nature that man are made to multiply and subdue the earth and multiply it, it's talking about within marriage. It's not talking about a nature outside of marriage. So both of them are kind of making excuses for accountability.
Mm.
Uh, 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 you know, and also another thing that I was going to say is that was mentioned about how women, when they're young, women have that's when they're the most valuable. When they're young, they haven't slept with, they have a low body count. They haven't hoed themselves around. They are and for men, we have, as we are young, we have very low, what was the word that was used? We are not as valuable as women when we're young. We build our worth as
Mhm.
we grow as men. We build our worth. um and I know some people might say, wait a second, young men don't have worth. No, they do, but they have to build it. If you put them neck and neck with the young woman is already at the peak of her worth, and the man is not at neck and neck with her. He has to build himself up to be neck and neck with her. So I agree with. I think it was Zeus that was talking about that, and I completely agree with him.
Black America, yeah, what's your take?
All right. So, all right. You can hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
All right. So, where I want to go back for a second. So, where Tyranny said that she had a grandpa and other men,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Grandpa, uncles, big cousins, none of those are absolutely mean anything in a child's life.
Unless they live with them, I guess. You just died out again, Black America. Boom, boom,
It's
boom.
chill.
We didn't hear anything you said after
You
it
didn't
doesn't
hear that?
mean a thing. After you said it doesn't mean a thing, we didn't hear nothing.
You can't hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. So all of those other men, the father is the yes, you can get instruction from those other men, but those other men don't mean anything in your life as far as your upbringing. We all had the drunk uncle that tried to give us a sip of wine when we was young. We all had the crackhead uncle. We all had these uncles and and your grandparents are too far removed, right? So now, that's what I wanted to say. And then I don't agree with I forget what's your name, brother, child of God or
Family of
family,
God, just family of God.
family of God.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that you try to hold men and women accountable equally. But even you, as a Christian, as you know, I have a Christian background also. What man is supposed to only have one wife in the Bible? Which kind of man does that say? It's
Well,
supposed to have one wife.
Well, we all are supposed to have one wife, but at the same time, just because in the Bible there's a lot of men, there are men of God that had multiple wives, does not make that okay. Does not make
Supposed to
that
have,
okay.
huh?
It doesn't make it okay.
No. What does it? I'm asking you because you know, and I know you know, kind of man is supposed to only have one wife? I want you to say it so the people can hear it from somebody that's not me. Say it. What does it say in the Bible?
Wait, you asking me what kind of man is supposed to have only one wife?
Yes, sir. What kind of man is has
Well, in my view, all men should have one wife.
That wasn't the question.
What kind? I don't know if I understand the question though. What kind of man? Can you use maybe a different way of questioning?
I mean, just give us the answer. Because do you know the answer, Zeus, or do you understand the answer of what Black America was asking? Because I don't know. I
The
don't.
Bible has many cases of men having more than one wife. That's the point.
No, and that's why I said just because there's many men in the Bible that had multiple wives does not make it okay. God is not supporting this. It's not God's not supporting for men to have multiple wives because if you read scripture carefully, you see the consequences for these men. A lot of people like to bring up like Solomon and how he had hundreds of wives, but at the same time, do they look at the consequences that this man faced for having all of those wives? They don't
Mm,
talk about that.
mm, okay.
David was a king. He had multiple wives, but
Mm,
look what happened. He lost a lot of his sons due to him wanting to have multiple wives.
mm,
So people don't talk about the consequences of all of these men that are men of God. I'm not saying that you cannot be a man of God and have multiple wives. You can, but let's talk about the consequence that that brings. Are you able to take those consequences and live with them and have multiple wives? Are you able to do that?
mm.
Because it's something that people don't want to talk about. They only talk about, look, this man of God had multiple wives. What is blocking us? If these men of God had multiple wives, why can't now we have that?
Oh, all right. So hold on one second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So you come on, brother. Don't come up here telling falsehoods. David, he went astray because he wanted another man's wife. He actually had that man killed so he could take that man's wife. That's why. That's what when God took His favor away from David. Now, I don't know if you go to a preaching church or a learning church, but I can give it to you. Okay, Solomon let his wives build idols, and they led Solomon away from God's favor.
Mm,
So, yes, it says only a man, a holy man, a preacher or a priest is supposed to have one wife so that he can focus on what? On the body of the church as a whole.
mm-hmm,
So I understand when guys like you say these things, and it's no problem. Everybody has their own school of thought, but it's a pattern all throughout the Bible that when a man does mess up, it the accountability falls on that man's head. When Moses led them out of the desert and he said, hit the rock like he did it, that's when he lost favor with God. Instead of doing what God actually told him to do. So I just when it comes to it there is no nuance in the Bible. Mary Magdalene. She brought up Mary Magdalene. God said, go and sin no more to those people. When you come in the church, you're not supposed to leave the church the same way. You're supposed to be a changed person once you leave that church. You understand? So I don't like it when people use their Christian uh, and tell people and might lead them astray from what it actually is going on in the Bible. Go ahead.
familiar with I'm is Family of God there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Oh, okay, okay. Um, I mean, you're saying, but what are you basically saying, Black America? Are you saying this is a normal thing or a normal practice that that you're supposed to be practicing? I mean, I don't understand.
It has been normal and normalized worldwide until I want to say probably until the 19th century, maybe the 1900s.
I
This
don't I
it
don't
was
think I don't but see, here's the thing. you had slavery in the Bible too. That don't mean it was correct. That wasn't correct. So just because that was in the Bible doesn't mean it was correct.
There's a reason.
It's recorded in the
There's a
Bible.
reason why they. There's a reason why they were enslaved. Anytime there's an action, there's a reaction. God, people think God was about love. God wasn't no punk. God flooded the earth. God burned up Sodom and Gomorrah. God did a lot of shit to people. God is a gangster. It says in the Bible that Jesus was an austere man. Jesus wasn't no punk. He was an austere man. People that know the Bible, read the Bible, that are Christians or Jews or Hebrew Israelites, whatever you are, if you're going off of the context,
right,
you have to go what the context is saying.
Yeah, I mean, I am not completely. I read the Bible and memorized the Bible when I was younger. I mean, but I understand some of the things that happen in the Bible, but I also understand that when there was polygamy or multiple wives and this, that, and the third, this brought a lot of headache, jealousy, strife, conflict, all kinds of things, even in the Bible. So just because it was in the Bible don't mean it's supposed to be on modern day times. A lot of men spout the Bible, but
What do you mean? Hold on, don't go past that point. What do you mean that there was a lot of stuff? What do you mean?
No, I'm saying there was family conflict because other men wanted other people's wives. There was jealousy because men wanted other people's property, this, that, and the third. That don't mean that heartbreak and all that other stuff didn't happen in the Bible. That stuff was in the Bible. Of course, I get it, but that don't mean it was correct. That don't mean it was a good thing because it was recorded.
How many heartbreaks? How many heartbreak stories are in the Bible, HQ?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be one or two.
Oh Lord.
But also, Black America, let me say that over and over, you hear especially in the Old Testament, over and over, you read how God was instructing the Israelites to walk upright, to walk righteously, and God had to remind them over and over again to walk righteously, and they weren't, because they were wanting to do things on their own. They wanted to have all of these multiple wives. They wanted to worship all of these false gods. There
was no rules. There was no rules against wives. Don't put any idols. Adultery was putting idols in idol worship. There was no. I'm sorry. It's nowhere in the text does it say anything about having multiple wives until it comes to being a preacher or a leader in the church.
No, at the beginning,
but
God's design was always for one man and one woman. At the beginning,
exactly.
the Bible,
Now, do you remember?
God's design was one man, one woman. With Genesis,
Stop it.
I want to say
Genesis
2.
Go back through and read Genesis. By the end of Genesis, it was a bunch of people that had multiple wives. HQ.
I want to say Genesis 220 to 224, something like that. There was always his design for it to be one man, one woman. No, this other stuff came out of other. This stuff sin came out of something else.
That's not what it is. Let me explain to you. HQ, your insurance is lower than mine. You know why? Because men do riskier things and our life ends fast. Okay? Now, you're uncovered right now. It's many a time in the Bible where Jesus or the Lord say, hey, your brother died. You take his wife and his children, and now you guys are family. Or your brother died. Hey, in order for your brother's lineage to live on, you get his wife pregnant. God killed a man because he told him to get his wife pregnant, his brother's wife pregnant, and then he just had sex with her and busted a nut on the floor. God killed that man.
Wait a minute. Hold on. This is what it says. It says, a man shall leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they will become one flesh. Jesus repeated this in the New Testament, affirming monogamy as the standard. Paul also
That's
told
not what it is. That's
Paul
not what it
also,
is.
hold on.
Yes, it is.
Matthew 19, 4-6, affirming monogamy as the standard. Paul also told church leaders to be the husband of one wife. Timothy 3.
There you go.
Verses
Full
2.
stop.
The
Full stop.
husband
The
of one
church
wife.
leaders. The church leaders.
No, those first 3 ones was from Jesus repeating this in the Bible. In Matthew and in Genesis. That was Jesus repeating that. Okay. This one I just mentioned is from Paul teaching that. So if men are going to use the Bible as a guide, you should follow the whole counsel, not just the parts that you
that's
like.
right. That's right. And that's what I do. And the apostle Paul is the one and came and handed everybody the laws. He like, you niggas need a refresher. Let me remind you guys. And that's why the apostle Paul said that, hey, church leaders are to have.
But you glossed over what I said. In Genesis 2, as a matter of fact, I had it right. It was Genesis 2. A man shall leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they will
Yes,
become
it's not.
one
It's not.
flesh. That is Jesus.
It's nothing. That doesn't say you can only have one wife, though. HQ.
Then Jesus has repeated it in the New Testament, Matthew 19, 4-6, affirming monogamy as the standard. So
That's not what it is, HQ. I'm sorry, it's not what it is.
Then you got to read Matthew 19, 4-6, because that's what it says there.
Hey, let me ask this question, Black America. If it is okay to have multiple wives, how do you become one flesh with multiple wives?
And those are Jesus's words.
Because the scripture is saying that the man and the woman shall come together, and the two shall become one. The two. It doesn't say multiple. It doesn't say 3 or 4 or 5. It says the two of them shall become one flesh. So if it is okay for a man to have multiple wives, how does he become one flesh with multiple women?
All right, so I didn't want to get into this, but let's go ahead and take this walk. When Joseph took in Mary, was Joseph married? For anybody that don't know, Joseph.
I'm not affirmed on the Bible like that. I couldn't even.
Well, I am.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
He wasn't married. Joseph had children that was as old as Mary when they got married.
Say the question again. Say the question again. What was the question?
The question is, Joseph, Jesus' stepdaddy, right? He already had kids and another woman, but time Mary came into the picture. That's how Jesus had brothers and sisters. You see what I mean? He had kids as old as Jesus.
Wait a second.
I mean, not as old as Jesus, as old as Mary. So are you saying that Jesus?
Where does it say that? Where does it say that Joseph was involved with other women prior to Mary?
You need to probably go read the Torah and the Apocryphers and do some more research, my brother. I'm just telling you, it's Jesus had brothers and sisters.
I just typed it in. I just typed some of it into Grok, and it says it leaves in both versions. I guess the Catholic version and then the Protestant version. It says that the Bible leaves that up to the interpretation. In one, it says he was older, and in the other, it says that they only had children with each other. So I wouldn't be able to tell you one way or the other. So, but what does that have to do with monogamy, though? Please open it.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, she married into a family. She already married into a stable
family. If you want, okay. I don't know. I don't know all of that well, so I could say. But Zeus said she wasn't. So Zeus, how do you know he wasn't? I'm sorry, you said he wasn't. So how do you know that?
No, I was referring to something else. And what I thought was hilarious is that was a blended family. That was more of my point. That was a blended family, but we never look at it like that. He was a bastard.
Right, right.
That's what that was.
Okay.
There we go. And Joseph already had children. Mary came in pregnant. That's what I'm saying. All of this stuff is documented. Jesus had brothers.
But how do you
Wait a
justify
minute.
saying
Jesus,
the
Jesus,
conversation was, how are you justifying saying that polygamy or multiple wives is a normal thing or should be a normal thing? How are you justifying that just because it was in the Bible? There's a lot of things in the Bible that we don't do to this day. So that they
like what? Like what? What's not done today that we don't do in the Bible?
Slavery. I mentioned that earlier.
It's still slavery going on in different countries. It may not be the kind of slavery that happened here in America, but it's still slavery.
So why do you think they stopped the multiple wife thing? Why do you think they stopped it?
Why did America stop it?
Why did society is a one man, one woman type society, unless you go to someplace like, I don't know, Dubai or whatever. But I'm saying
everywhere in the Middle East still practice it. It's practiced all in most countries in Africa. Hold on. It's practiced in most countries in Africa. It's still practiced all over the world, HQ. They stopped it here because if you can get the woman to make money and the man to make money, America is the richest country in the world. Why? Because our men and our women work. It's an economical thing. But
wait a minute,
go ahead.
You try to glamorize us, and that's not. This is something that you ain't finna glamorize. That is not a normal interpretation of what marriage is today. No, because it would be more prevalent if it was socially acceptable, or it was part of social contract that we have here in the United States, and we don't. They don't do it. It's all about control. Go ahead, family of God. I'm sorry.
I don't think my question was answered though. The question that I asked, when the scriptures is saying that a man shall leave his mother and father and unite with his wife, and the two shall become one. If you have multiple wives, how do you become one with multiple wives? Because, and I asked this question because the church is one body, and then you have Christ marrying the church. And that is the representation of marriage. The true meaning of marriage is between a bride and the groom. So if this idea that multiple wives is it's acceptable.
So
How do
the
you
church
become one? How do you
church is
become
one
one?
body. Hold on. So let's look at that. The church is one body. We have Protestants, we have Catholics, we have Baptists, we have Mormons. We have several different type of Christians. The church, I'm sorry, sir, the church is not one body. We have Christians. How many different variations of Christians are there? There's many different type of Christians. But like I said, we're not here to talk about that. We can get back to the video and listen to the ladies. Yeah, because we didn't get on this theology today.
I agree. There's a time and place for that.
Let's finish up this one
children outside of them, and it's usually a beautiful relationship. But if women stop thinking that we were created to be a foot mat, a floor mat for XY chromosome, then maybe, like you're saying, Melanin, we could be out there doing better. I could teach my daughter to be virtuous all the fuck I want to. That doesn't mean she's going to go down that path. She's going to go down the path of how she feels that day. Your son is going to go. A lot of good fathers tell their sons, don't go being hoes, actually. A lot of good fathers tell their sons, say, man, it ain't good to go be sleeping with all these women. Mm-hmm. And if you go sleeping with all these women, you out of order. But according to what you're saying, it's in his order. So really, you're out of order for allowing men to think that they are nothing more than a dick and money.
No,
That's out of order.
I never said that's all they were. I said they don't hearken unto the voice of a woman. I say that a man should stay on his purpose. Period. You're never
Right.
gonna lose. You're never gonna lose. Uh, you're never gonna lose women chasing money, but you will miss out on money chasing women. Those are the type of things that I say in regards to men. So not sure.
Say that again. You're never gonna lose out on money chasing. Wait, say it again.
You're never gonna lose out on women chasing money. You're gonna lose out on money chasing women.
But you're gonna get the wrong woman. You're gonna get the wrong
whatever woman you want once you get to that point.
No, you don't. This is why some men are even in jail, because they chase after the wrong woman.
Because they're not supposed to be fucking chasing a woman. That's what I just said.
But you just said that it's in their order to desire more than one woman. You just said that.
It is, but they have to reach a certain level of success in order for it to be successful.
Wait a minute, hold up.
I don't give a.
They don't hearken unto the voice of a woman.
Here's the thing I have. This is the problem I have with these kind of debates or women debates. They always are referring back to, and I gotta bring it back to the Kevin Samuels thing. That man was not talking about you regular Joe Blows. Why do you keep repeating the same talking point? That man was talking about a certain demographic that made X, Y, and Z. This was not for you to take it into your hovel, go work at your warehouse, and then start spouting these talking points. Kevin Samuels, yes, he did say this. He didn't say it that way, but he said it a similar way. What he said was, you should be on your purpose, and you shouldn't be dealing with women until you're on your purpose. He said something similar to that. Yes, he did say that. I actually listened and I heard him say that. I'm saying he was speaking in terms of men with money. When you get to the money part, X, Y, and Z. Okay? And everybody just took all of that and said, the poorest of the poor, applies to them. No, it don't apply to you. You just had to sit there and listen. That don't apply to you. There was aspiration in the words that he said. And I get what he was saying, because now I listen to it. He's talking about a certain demographic of men. He wasn't talking about the average everyday man. This is an average everyday woman saying that all men should be X, Y, and Z. And that's not what Kevin Samuels was saying. Okay. And she's saying you won't miss out on money, blah, 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 blah. It's a bunch of nonsense to me. But that's just me. Anybody else have thoughts on that? I don't know. It just don't come across as what Kevin said.
I would say with a lot of these debates, we miss the question. We miss the how should I put it? Because it's the way I look at it, it's different from all ages. Okay, because if you're debating on a subject and you're talking about man, 30 and above, you can't compare those men to a 20-year-old that is just trying to figure out like himself, trying to figure out like who he wants to marry, who he wants to be with. I think they should be asking the question, okay, what is the age that we're talking about? Because it is completely different. Like for and take it the way you'd like to take it by listening to this. But with my son, I'm going to try to guide his mind to be a strong-minded man. Now with my daughter, I'm going to try to protect her the way in scripture. A lot of the dads, they did this because it was within their culture. They try to protect. Of course, a lot of people might say, are you going to be with your daughter 24/7 to know what she's going to be doing? No. But at the same time, I'm going to, until she is fit for marriage, I'm going to try and protect her and not allow her to, go out with any boy that that she wants, or allow her to go and sleep over a boy's house and stuff like that. And I know, some people might say, wait, come on, man, you can't be that controlling. Yes, I can. I'm her father.
Mm-hmm.
So there's certain things that I can do to prepare my daughter for whenever she's fit for marriage, that
Right.
she is a certain way that attracts a certain man to take care of her and to take her as wife. Now, for my son, I have to protect his mind. I do a protection in a different way, protect his mind. How do I do that? I teach him how to be strong minded. I teach him how to be smart, how to think smart, how not to think with feelings and with his his ding dong. So there's and if we're talking about like 30-year-old men, then no, I can't be saying these things that I just said, because we're talking about a different kind of man.
Right.
So it for me, it depends on what age are we talking about. If you're talking about a 30-year-old, you got to have a different conversation than if you're talking about young adults,
Mm-hmm.
talking about teenagers, and you guiding them to become these men and women of future society.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, that's true. Do you have anything to say, Zeus? Wait a minute. Let me say this one thing. One thing.
Okay, go ahead.
It said I just read a comment. I just read somebody said that Kevin Samuels didn't say that. I didn't say he said the exact words, but he said that particular sentiment. Maybe you need to go back and listen to what he said. I listened to what the man said. The man did say, "Be on
You
your
didn't
purpose."
understand it. You
No,
didn't
I
understand it though,
got it.
HQ.
I got it completely. I got it.
Let, let me let me explain to you. I'm a mansplain this part to you, right? Because yes,
What did Kevin Samuels say?
certain caliber of men
Mm-hmm.
can have the option to do any the things they want, right? So this is where the exercising of the options come from. If
Mm-hmm.
you are if you are a handsome man and you get along well with women, it doesn't matter what woman it is, though that woman is your option. Now, other men, they make a lot of money and they can gather women attention because of the money they make. That man, yes, he can get a lot of women. Both of those men can get women and exercise their options. It doesn't matter if they're rich, it doesn't matter if they're poor. It matters what kind of outcome they can have. They can exercise their options, HQ. So, and I'm going back on mute. Hey, my
So
all my
no,
kids.
the exercising the option. I thought the exercising the option was related to you don't cheat. You exercise your options. That was what that was related to. What Kevin Samuel said. That's
Hey, no,
something.
HQ. It's all encompassing, and that's why that's why when he said that about certain women being beautiful, you said he just called all of us ugly. He didn't call all of you guys ugly.
I still believe that. I still believe it.
Right. Right. He didn't call all you guys ugly.
I
He
still
just
believe
said there are beautiful women. If every woman was beautiful, HQ, we wouldn't know who was beautiful because everybody would look the same. If every black woman was a queen, there would be no such thing as a queen, HQ, because everyone would be a queen. That's what he's saying. Everybody can't be beautiful. Everybody can't be queen. I'm not a man that can just go and exercise my option. When women lay their eyes on me, they don't just want to have sex with me. I got a homeboy right now, still today. Yes, we are in our 50s, and anytime we go somewhere, he can take a woman out to the car. He's a handsome man, and he can do whatever he wants. But the nigga ain't got two rusty nickels to rub together. So that's what I'm saying.
right.
That is exercising your options. That is just
Yeah.
using what you have to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, he's got a point.
Okay. Too much is gonna lead to. Okay, finish. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's finish. This is the
What
part.
didn't you ask me a question?
Are you going? You okay?
So, not to speak for Family of God, but I think there's a bigger picture, and I'm speaking from a national camp counselor perspective. When you have your kids, you put them in gymnastics. When you have your daughter, you put her in gymnastics, you put her in dance, you put her in theater, you put her in these certain things. And then in those groups, you find the best groups of those groups. And those will create experiences. And then she'll come back to you and say, hey, this happened. And the father will chime in, hey, these are what you need to do. This is how you need to think. And you're building a framework. I think when you were telling the story, this is how some may have heard it, that you're building the framework when they're teens. You're doing that when they're itty bitty with boys. You're doing it when they're in t-ball. You're doing it when they're in flag football. You're doing it in all those elements to teach them how to navigate the masculine framework. That's the part of the puzzle that I think a lot of people
Yeah, I
miss.
agree. Agree. Yeah.
So that's all. I just wanted to contribute that part.
Oh, okay.
With
Yeah.
that said, I'm in.
And I would say, I would add to that, that in that process in which you just placed, in that process, you are protecting them in a way, because you are guiding them. Okay, in this situation, this is what is the best way of dealing with it. In that situation, this is the best way of dealing with it. And yeah, so I completely agree with you. Completely agree.
And thank you for listening to that. I think a lot of times where we falter in the rearing of parents is um, the first time a female has heard no is a boy she's dating when she's 13. She hasn't had those experiences of having that interaction with a father of saying, hey, no, calm down. I don't care. Here's what we're going to do. And that creates a better interaction when they get older. That's the missing piece of the puzzle as well. With that said, I'm in.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah, absolutely.
hello, Tierney. Tierney,
What's
welcome.
up, you guys?
Hey. We were just doing a review of your certain segments of your debate with Melanin, and we were just discussing. We were right in the middle where you were in the shadow realm, and we were gonna listen to that and then have more commentary. So let us listen to this part, and then I'll let you in.
I say that a man should stay on his purpose. Period. You're never gonna lose. You're never gonna lose. You're never gonna lose women chasing money, but you will miss out on money chasing women. Those are the type of things that I say in regards to men. So not sure.
Say that again. You're never gonna lose out on money chasing. Wait, say it again.
You're never gonna lose out on women chasing money. You're gonna lose out on money chasing women.
But you're gonna get the wrong woman. You're gonna get the wrong
whatever woman you want once you get to that point.
No, you don't. This is why some men are even in jail, because they chase after the wrong woman.
Because they're not supposed to be fucking chasing a woman. That's what I just said.
But you just said that it's in their order to desire more than one woman. You just said that.
It is, but they have to reach a certain level of success in order for it to be successful.
I don't give a damn if you're a billionaire. A lot of women ain't finna stay with you because you got money.
Oh yes, they do.
A lot of women's not finna sit. Why do you think? Okay,
Kobe Bryant's wife, she don't leave. Most of these women with men with finances, they don't leave that man with finances. They know he's out there doing God knows what, and they don't go anywhere.
And they're so depressed. They're so depressed because he has no order, because he's out of order, because he's thinking that he is God. He can do what he wants to do. So you coming home, you bringing your money, sure, thanks for the dollars. But what else are you bringing me? Heartbreak, pain, lying, deception. You're in the house with your
and pain and all this deception is because you within yourself doesn't understand the man's natural nature. It wouldn't be all this heartbreak and deception if you just understood. And that's why y'all be getting cheated on, because y'all just don't understand.
Understand what? What does she mean by understand? What does she mean by that? Tierney, what was your understanding?
A man's natural nature. We get quoted on quote unquote cheated on, even though she don't believe that men cheat. but we get quote unquote cheated on because we don't understand that a man's nature is to go be with multiple women, have said girlfriends, said wives, but it be able to do what he wants.
Okay. So we already know Black America's thought. Zeus, what is your thought?
I'm sure we do.
I just think it's funny that we're just talking about something and our example was a billionaire or a millionaire. I'll just say case study, Rupert Murdoch. With that said, I'm in.
Family of God.
Listening to the thing that she said that if when that women stay with these men when they have money, that was Melanin saying that if that was true, then you wouldn't have all of these millionaires going through divorces and their women would stay with them, but that's not the case. Money does not guarantee you that that she's gonna stay with you. It's it has to do more than that. Money can get you so far, and especially after a while, you start getting bored and you leave, and other things happen. So it's just because he's got money doesn't mean that she's gonna stay.
What do you have to say on the Black America, or do you stand on what you say?
He left.
Yeah, he left.
Oh, okay, he left. Okay, so I say my thought. My thought is this. I get that people say that men have there's a propensity to not have more, to have more than one woman. I get all of that. But God also gave us the ability to control ourselves. We are the highest form on this planet. So therefore we know how to reason, rationalize, and control ourselves. So if you enter into the what is it? Realm of marriage and commitment, then and you say you're going to do that commitment, and you say you're going to be that leader that you're supposed to be in a marriage, then I expect you to control yourself enough to have me as your companion. There's things that people expect in marriage. One of those things is monogamy. So I don't believe a man has a different nature than a woman. It just may be it just may be more visceral than a woman's. But I don't subscribe to that. There's no excuse when you cannot control yourself. That tells me you don't need to be a leader. That tells me you don't deserve to be a leader. That tells me that you can't lead your own body if you don't know how to control yourself. That's the way. When someone says to me, men's nature is to cheat, I say, well, that's a man that's out of control. That's a man that has no control over himself. Therefore, he has no need to have control over a family or a woman if you can't control yourself. So, I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Okay. Can I reply? I'm not,
Go ahead.
Project Leroy said Beyonce didn't leave Jay-Z after cheating on her. See, that's different. That's power. Now, when a man has power over you, yeah, it's going to take a little bit harder for you to keep it pushing because, I mean, he must got something.
There's other circumstances in a relationship like that. In a relationship like that, you have business together, you have children together, you have public appearances together, you have contracts together, you have many things that bind you to that other human being. You have contracts which you sign and say, if you cheat X, Y, and Z. There's many things that go along with relationships that have money. But a regular plain Jane blow Joe like me and you, and we get married, you don't have an excuse. There's no excuse. Oh, well, I'm just being a man. Okay. That's fine and dandy. You cannot lead me because you have no control over your body. You have no control over your faculties. Your body will lead you and me down the road to destruction if I allow you to lead me. That's the way when I hear a man say that, any man on a panel, I say, no, you're not a man worthy of following if you cannot control yourself. And I think I heard that from a couple of these content creators too. But that's way they feel. But that's just me. I'm just a different breed of person. That's all.
And
So
HQ, can I just piggyback on what you said about the nature of man?
right.
It is within also because I agree with you that there's a lot of people saying that, especially women saying that, the nature of men is to go out and be involved in multiple women. Well, there's also the nature of aggression. Men, by nature, men are they're aggressive by nature. That's why we go fight wars. That's why we were able to put up with these hard jobs. That's why, by nature we're aggressive men. Now, just because by nature we are made to be aggressive doesn't mean that we go and shoot everybody and kill everybody, right?
True.
So the same way, just because we by nature are driven to be with multiple women does
Right.
not necessarily mean that we should do it.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, that's why I look at it. It's a matter of controlling the commitment that you said you were going to have. You had said you weren't going to do a commitment. I want you to say your word, because that's breaking your word. I mean, I just feel like it's breaking your word. All right, let me go.
Man,
If you stay on what you're supposed to be on, this wouldn't even be a talking point. This wouldn't even be something you would have to even be worried about.
I don't have to worry about a man not knowing what a man wants, because it's been proven that I know what a man wants. Okay, I've had the results of a man being happy with me knowing what he wants. There's no amount of children that I have will have a man saying, damn, Teraney could never make me happy. And maybe you too, Melanin, if you understood, it ain't about him all the time. It's about you doing you and him liking what he sees. But this so-called order is what is keeping women unhappy.
A woman doing her does not mean to go out there and be loose with your wound.
Completely agree.
A woman doing her is staying fit. A woman doing her is having a cookbook. A woman doing her is keeping a clean environment, keeping a fit body, being obedient. Stop talking when a man is talking. Know your place and your order. That's a woman being her. So all this
only to your husband, though. That's not every man, right? Only to your husband. I mean, so did you agree with her?
Stop it.
Huh?
What?
Did you agree with her, Teraney, on that particular point?
About her not, I wouldn't listen to her. I just heard her saying that
what?
Honestly, the girl, because I was just so infatuated with the crazy things that she was saying as a female. So
yeah, why did you think she was saying crazy things as a female? What were you thinking at that particular moment? Why did you think what she was saying was off kilter? Why did you? There's no pressure because you're not on a debate stage, but I'm just trying to figure out what was going through your mind as she was saying these things.
I'm like, dang, they must be hitting her cash app up real good. You clearly saying what you need to say to feed your kids. And that's what it is. Fatty put our cash apps up that night. People donated. So I'm sure she's doing what she's doing with her breast out. Come on now, we ain't done. We know what the breasts do. Okay. And she was just feeding him out.
Okay. What do you think about this part, Zeus? You the one. I'm assuming you're the one who made the sound.
Zeus. I don't know why, but we think every time we use an example of family, we use two people. I mean, we use two couples. We use Beyonce and Jay-Z, Russell Williams and Sierra. Those are not good models. And I think one of the things we also said was they're billionaires, so it's different. And I think family, Circle of God mentioned about all the millionaires who had gotten divorces. So I don't know what we're saying.
No. Why would you say not to use Russell Simmons and Sierra when they're
Who is Russell Simmons? Russell Wilson?
Yeah, Russell Wilson. When they actually have a textbook, normal, everyday relationship.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Did you listen to what I said?
How are they textbook? How are they regular?
The only thing that's different is that they have money. Other than that, they would be a normal, everyday couple. That's the only
Y'all
difference.
don't do no homework. Holy shit.
What homework would I be doing? What do you mean?
Russell, where did they get
No,
married? Where did
H2.
they get
I'm with
married?
Zeus. I'm with
I
Zeus. They're
said
not the
if
same.
they did not have money, they will be a regular, ordinary couple. You take the money out, regular, ordinary.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna
Single
use your
mother.
logic.
She's a single mother. She married a guy who didn't have any kids. They had other kids. They seem to be happy with doing what they're doing. What do you mean? Other than money, that is a normal everyday occurrence.
Okay, let me just give you something in your own logic. If they're a regular couple and they're just like everybody else, why do you always use them if they're a regular couple? Just use a regular couple.
I didn't bring up their name. I just brought their name up now.
But using your logic, give me another
because
regular
you
couple.
brought it up. Huh?
No, you PPM, you missed the point. The point is, in the melanated community, in the BIPOC community, we always use those two examples.
They're
Those
terrible examples.
They're terrible examples. That's my point.
Yeah, he's right. Because the average male, the average family household, their lifestyle and the way they carry their marriage and the way they carry their life is not even close to the way these billionaires and millionaires live their lives. We're not talking about same people. Now, you're right, HQ. You take out the money, then they just become regular people. So why not just talk about regular people instead of talking
because we all know this couple. We all know this couple. That's why we use them. I don't look at them as people who just have money. I look at them as everyday, normal, average people who found each other after her making a mistake and getting.
So you
next caller.
I got you.
Whoa.
So you're just using names that are familiar to people so they can make an example.
So they can figure out.
Use it.
It has nothing to do with. You would know if I said Joe Blow down the street. It wouldn't crystallize as much as if I said Joe Blow down the street married a single mother. Doesn't crystallize like Wilson marrying a single mother Sierra. So it's just a matter of saying you can picture that in your mind and see the complexities as opposed to Joe Blow down the street. That's it. I'm not using them because of X, Y, and Z. I would use them because of that. Okay. So I'm saying if they didn't have money, that would be a normal everyday dynamic of a man meeting a single woman and marrying her and she has having a baby. In that regard, that is a normal everyday thing. Okay. I'm not saying it's a mistake. The child is, I'm saying that because it's easier for you to understand me saying that as opposed to just saying the kid. So her making that particular mistake, okay, is a normal everyday occurrence. Her finding a man and marrying a man because she has one child and him loving her and then having more children is another normal everyday thing. Okay. So so I'm just making it similarities like that. Take the money out of it, and those two would be a normal everyday Joe Blow person on the street. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree with you, HQ. But at the same time, if you don't put that explanation first, then whoever is listening, if you just bring up two millionaires and billionaires and you don't give that understanding first, that's going to confuse the mind of the listener.
Right. So for future that's the only reason why I would bring them up, and because they are normal without the money. It's just because we see it every day. Men marrying single mothers. We see that every day. Marrying mothers, getting with single mothers, X, Y, and Z. So that's just it. That's the only reason. Not that they spectacular or anything. It just everybody knows who they are. That's all.
Yeah, HQ, I gotta run. I gotta get back to my family. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much
Thank
for
you.
having me. God
Please
bless you
come
guys.
back. Please
I
come back
will.
if you can. I'd appreciate a sub. If you haven't subbed, I'd appreciate that, and share the stream. Please and thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
Zeus,
you.
nice to meet you. And Black America, I know you're not here, but nice to see you again. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Love, respect, and support.
Right. Right. So Tyranny fell off too? Jesus. Wait a minute. Where's that? Where? Oh, okay. Tyranny fell off too? Jesus. Hit the like button. Thank you very much, Mailbox Sports. Hello, Mailbox Sports. So, and she just fell off too. I'd be damned. Because I wanted to hear what she thought about wait a minute, this is almost done.
Other shit about this loose body stuff is fucking ridiculous.
But order is individually.
No,
it is not every man's order to want the same type of woman.
I never said that. I never said that. But to try to sit up there and make it sound like a man is not settling when you came with all this fucking experience from different men dominating you is ridiculous.
And vice versa from the men. You have all these women. You got all these.
You gotta take that off the table because you don't know anybody's body type. I mean, anybody's body count. So that's not even relevant. That argument don't even make sense to me.
Of course you're going to say that.
It don't make sense because I can lie to you all day. Hey, Zeus, I only had one lover, my husband. How could you prove not? That's my point.
You missed the point. You missed.
I get the point. I get the point completely. I've been.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because every time
what's the point? No, be sustained. What is the point? Be sustained.
You gonna let me talk, or you just gonna chirp?
Cause you be sustained. What's the point?
We're not talking about body count. When somebody asks you, "Hey, what's your body count?"
Mm-hmm.
That's an opportunity to be transparent. It's not an opportunity to say, "Well, you're gonna think this and you're gonna think that." That's not it. Because anybody who has whatever experience, they've told their best friend, they've told somebody else. So if you're not telling a person that you want to spend your life with or you value, there's a reason you're holding that back. When something else in life happens, and it's much harder than any body count conversation, if you're not willing to have that conversation, that stems from that. You can't ask them. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm not done. I'm
not willing.
Early, I understand you're not willing. You're in your own trauma. I get that. I'm giving you my logic and what I say. And when you talk to somebody and you say, "Hey, let's be transparent." I think the conversation was earlier. Why don't men be transparent? But yet you want to hold that back. So you want to pick and choose when you're going to be transparent.
No,
not necessarily you.
What I said was most people are at least 90% upfront with their spouse about all the things, and you keep at least 10% behind, which you find inconsequential to the relationship. I said that. And part of that 10% for me is whether I tell you the body count or I don't. I remember I said that.
Yes, you said that. I heard that. You also said that men shouldn't go to counseling. They should go to their wives. This is why we don't go to you, because listening is a skill. We're not asking. Go ahead. Rather than listen, go ahead.
What I said most things that a man has to talk about or he wants to be vulnerable with, he does need to speak to his wife about those things. Going to a counselor all the time undermines that relationship if you cannot say certain things to your spouse. I'm not saying you can't go to a counselor, but I am saying
you're already wrong. You're already wrong, because women want the truth, but they want it their way. What we're saying as men when we go to a counselor is not about you. It's not about your ego. You know what it's about? It's about a man gathering more tools to communicate effectively. Me bringing you a message that's jumbled up doesn't do either one of us a good. me untangling it with somebody else and
Mhm.
saying, oh, here's the root of it.
Mhm.
Oh, here's what you're thinking. Here's a better way to translate the message. Now, we learned that, as Aaron said, from the wolf pack. We learned that from getting an outside,
Yeah,
non-biased.
HQ. Yeah. How are we supposed to?
We will respectfully disagree.
How you
So
supposed to tell your wife she fat?
I'm just
Like,
saying,
come on, HQ.
oh, that's not what I'm saying.
Next caller.
You said vulnerable on your part, not telling me that I'm fat. Two different things, two different disclosures.
No.
Two different disclosures.
I'm supposed to come to you and say you're fat instead of going to Zeus and say, man, Zeus, my wife is gaining a lot of weight, bro. Like, how should I even approach it to her? Because if I come home and say, baby, you fat, it's going to be an argument. We can't come talk to you about shit like that. There's no way.
Not what we were talking about. We were talking about you and something you're vulnerable about, not telling me I'm
You
fat.
missed the point, HQ.
No, you missed the point. We're not talking about you telling me something. We're talking about being vulnerable. We're vulnerable with your wife.
That is a vulnerability. Seeing you in a because seeing you in a bad state, if you got a 300-pound woman and she walk upstairs and she huffing and puffing by the time we feel bad. We don't know how to say it to you. Like I said, we love you. We've been spending all this money on you all these years, and you look like a wildebeest. It hurts us to see you look like that. And we can't, a lot of men can't have the correct words to try and say it. I promise you, HQ.
You're talking as though I said, tell my husband everything or tell my wife everything. I already explained that of course, people don't tell their spouse everything. Of course, I know I said it because I said it several times. There's certain things that no, you're not going to express to your wife. Yes, you do need a wolf pack so you can express that to the wolf pack. Of course, I said that too. So where am I saying something that I didn't say or I said wrong?
What you're saying? I don't know. I guess you just don't agree. You just don't agree with the men that the way our life experiences have shaped us. That's a good word. Our life has experiences have shaped us. We have put in an alternator of under telling us, no, it's not a 13 millimeter. It's it's an 8 millimeter socket to do it. And we're saying, no, that won't fit. It doesn't work. You are not accepting the experience we have as men.
I accept it. I accept your experience. I accept that experience. I said at the end of that conversation that I accept.
But you don't like it.
No, I don't like it because it means that you don't have a human being that you sleep with, that you put your dick in. You can't be fully transparent with.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
That's not the way I love you, HQ. I'm sorry. That's not the way I love you. I don't love you like that. That's not the way that I express my emotions to you or anything else. I don't get, like I told you, I don't care anything about any of those things. I don't love you. I don't love you like you love me.
Black America, I have a good example, and I want you to role play with me. Oh, I'm sorry, HQ. Black America, let me interrupt for 1 second. I think I got a good role play. HQ, you come to me and you say, hey, does this outfit make me look fat? If I tell you the truth, that's not what we should do. But if I go to Black America and I say, hey, my girl always asks me if this makes her look fat, what should I say? He has an encyclopedia of 3 different things I could say that's going to help my life be better. Aaron's going to give me 2 or 3 things out of his encyclopedia that's going to make my life better. Now I got 6 plays in my book. But before, I was going to say, damn, that makes you look really big. My life is not going to be better by telling the truth. And that's what I'm talking to you about, or what we are saying as men. We don't have those tools. We're not going to get those tools from our wives, from our moms. We're going to get those tools from an outside, non-biased source. We're going to get those tools from other men who have already... Black America is a historian. Black America has a lot of experiences, good or bad. Same thing with Aaron. So they're going to be able to give you a different outlet. That's the point.
I mean, y'all seem to think I don't get what you're saying. What you're saying is you don't trust her enough to tell her the truth because she'll throw it back in your face. I get that.
Oh God, I'm dead. I'm done. I'm done.
Exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying.
She gets it. She just doesn't like it. She thinks that men should be able to. And I said we should also be able to. Right. We should be able to.
Right. But that's a indictment of the women, the quality of women that are out there. That's what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. That
Now we got to the point, HQ. I'm glad you are finally saying why you're so disturbed about it.
I understood that. It just disturbs me because
you never expressed that sentiment, though. That sentiment is saying the women are shitty, and you guys can't even be yourselves with these shitty women. I'm glad you're finally saying it.
What? Can I just piggyback on what Black America is saying too as well?
Yeah.
Black America, you deal with men, I deal with men. You never tell that man to control his wife. You give him options to better control himself. Are we on the same page on that?
Yeah. So what I do is I am a director. I'm a masculinity and director folks, right? Just like Zeus asked the question about, hey, my wife asked me, so if she came and asked you something, she already knows that she's fat, right? All right. Next time we go make groceries, there's no more soda, there's no more ice cream, there's no more this, there's no more that. You start laying down the foundation of what is going to help the situation without even talking to her about that situation, right? Yeah. Well, I want this. Well, no, we're not doing that. It's like with this EBT thing now, and they can't get any soda or candy or anything like that. And all of these fat ass black women are losing their mind. Well, everybody that gets it that's overweight, they losing their mind. I can't have soda no more. No, because that's not what we're doing. Only thing we're doing is a cup of apple juice. We gonna get some oranges and we're gonna squeeze them and make fresh made lemonade, orange juice or whatever. So I teach them how to take the control back without it being a discussion, because I don't believe in having the discussion. I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to make a statement, and that statement is going to stand. Men aren't standing on any statements. We are asking you a question and then leaving it open-ended for you to make a comeback. You don't, as a man, you don't have time for that. Every day, a nuclear bomb is going off, and I just need you to hand me the tools to do what I need to do to disarm it. I don't need your opinion on certain shit.
Okay. Were you talking to me? You were talking to Zeus, right?
I think he was just giving an example to the panel.
Yeah. It's just out in the ether. It's just that's what it is. It's not good. For one thing, if you start having a back and forth with Zeus, if you start having a back and forth, and I said a back and forth with a woman, what is that going to turn into the majority of the time?
A negotiation, an argument.
Yes. And who wants to be negotiating and arguing with their other half? I don't want to negotiate and argue with my other half. But I want you to be able to say, you know what? That blue shirt does look good on you. Okay, well, under advisement. But I don't want to be going back and forth with you about it. Blue shirt, purple shirt. Well, you know, purple's my favorite color. Oh, well, you know, blue is this. That's too much talking. And then it can turn into a mess real quick.
That's wild. Thank you, Mr. Walker. That 99-cent super sticker. Forget you, Ty. I heard you.
When Black America was talking the other day and he said, hey, I ain't him. That's the warning sign. Right. People don't want to pay attention to the warning sign because you get the warning sign and then all of a sudden you in chaos. The nuclear bomb went off, as he said.
Right.
There's a whole lot of warning.
I didn't get out of pocket and call her all kind of little ugly bitches. You know, oh, you look like Simon Phoenix from goddamn Demolition Man. I didn't. I don't need to take a low blow. For one, she's young, and she, you know, and that's, you know, unfortunately, when you were saying how many bodies she has, she got fucking kids walking around on the earth. HQ. So we know she is evidence of how many bodies she got. You know what I mean? And then if it's one or two baby daddies, you gotta say, well, shit, if she got one or two baby daddies, she done had sex with 3 or 4 other niggas. You gotta add that shit on, you know, and see where it's going. And then it starts to show a pattern. Wait a minute, you got 2 baby daddies already, and but you know he's a young man. He just got sucked in. He got sucked in by an old cougar.
You said something to me. I completely forgot. Travis, did you find out about that Travis Hunter thing?
No, my, you know, it's the first week of school, so all of the kids and grandkids is calling me. They getting on my damn. They trying to get in the pool. Is what they're doing. They trying to get in the swimming pool.
No. The Travis Hunter
thing. I didn't find out about it. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. You didn't hear anything, did you, Zeus?
O'Shea Jackson will have your news by dinner time.
Okay. Let me finish. This ain't nothing but a couple of minutes. Hold on. We almost done.
Like I said, women do not like men without experience. Men
don't want a woman with no experience, Melanin.
Yes, they do. They do not want you to come with all this experience and all these bodies. No, they don't.
If you want someone with no experience, then you are forever want to be a manipulator. You want to manipulate women, and this is what I was saying earlier. With a lot of older men,
men is being manipulated.
They want to manipulate women because natural. Okay, how about this? A man's natural order is to dominate, right? That's his natural order is to be dominant.
No,
but if you're saying that I don't want a woman with no experience, she don't know what she talk about, she don't know what she doing. That's why I date younger women. Right. It's because you want to be you're a narcissist because you want to be a controller. I don't believe in that.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it absolutely is. Yes, it is. If a man come to my daughter and say, I like your daughter because she ain't got no experience, I'm like, take your ass out of here.
To you. Where the fuck is her father? He's
her father. What the father got to do with the man having a conversation with me?
To you. That's what I'm saying. You want to be too much in a man's fucking role.
Hold on, baby girl. Hold on. You just said
to her father and ask for her.
He can go to the father too. He's going to go to the mother too. What are you talking about?
The father comes to no. That's it's not.
Then you don't need no lips. Your lips should be shut closed because there's no need for you to have a mouth. This is what if you believe that women should shut the fuck up, then why do you have lips? Why are you even talking?
Women should stay out of men's business.
What does that have to do with a man's business?
Because if you haven't already taught her the thing that she's supposed to know before that man comes ask that father for the daughter's hand in marriage, you already fucking failed.
Nobody knows.
See, you can't be living in a delusional world, for one. You can't be living in this ideal X, Y, and Z. Because nobody lives in this world where somebody comes and asks for the hand in marriage and this person is this person or a certain way. Nobody's gonna run up on a virgin, okay? My argument is nobody's gonna run up on a virgin. Just very rare you're gonna run up on a virgin. So since you know you're not gonna run up on a virgin, and women are not gonna stop sleeping around because they just gonna do what they're gonna do. It is what it is. Why do we have this discussion, or why are they having that discussion?
Well, because as a
let me
lady,
jump in. Let me jump in
go
real
ahead,
quick.
Zeus.
Black America, I want to give you props, and I appreciate, love, and support you, because when you talked about how you didn't react to the conversation, I've been listening to the show a long time. That's growth in you, because you gave the warning signs. It was getting ready, and I know a couple of times you excuse yourself from conversations. So I do recognize you get the big gist of what we trying to do, and we all have to grow, because these are hard conversations. And sometimes we meet people who just, they're not used to hard conversations. So I get it, and I appreciate you for that. With that said, I'm in.
Who's not used to hard
Yes.
conversation?
Well, it's the way you approach it, and the way it's like you pushing back on us saying that men can't be vulnerable, and you're like, why? What? Why? You know,
No. I'm talking about what Zeus. I'm talking about what is Zeus talking about. What hard conversations can we not have?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying when we have these formats and we have all these different people in, not everybody is used to having hard conversations. Not everybody is used to really fleshing out logic, or, hey, this is what will happen. Now, what would you do? Not everybody is good in that. So sometimes they have to come to their own logic, and they have to realize, okay, I don't have a grasp on this. And it's hard for people to get, they're delusional, and we talk in reality. That's all.
So how are you all talking in reality? How is she talking in reality? How is
I'm
Melanie?
talking about
How
the
is
general
Melanie?
conversations. I'm not talking
No,
about any individual. I'm talking about
no, I'm
general
talking about this
conversation.
melanin person. How is she talking in reality? When she's talking about very rare instances. What
HQ
reality?
it's only rare in our community. Is what I was telling to you earlier. But there are some black women that do have fathers. And do you think that my daughters, any of the 7 of them, if they don't bring one of their boyfriend, now they do hide them, right? They'll hide them for a while. But then they say, one of my daughters, she will be like, okay, now we go see my daddy. He is building a 56 Ford truck with an LS2 motor in it. Like, she'll give him the whole rundown and be like, nigga, you need to go study about cars for about 2 fucking weeks, brakes, all that. You need to be able to do something. Because if you don't have any worth in that department, you will be cast out, and I'll be cast out. Because I told him, if you get a man that can't do anything for you, I am not helping you. I'm not helping you, because I gave you all of the tools. You see what a guy is supposed to look like. If the nigga ain't got no job, you know not to bring him by here. If he can't work on cars or build a house or do air conditioning, refrigeration, if he can't do cement construction, if he can't do something, plumbing, anything that men do not bring him up by here. If he works in a goddamn cubicle and answers phones, you better put his ass in the friend zone.
But
That's not a man.
I got a question.
Okay.
We have all of these dads. We have all of these men who say they taught their daughters and taught their sons and did all of this, that, and the third. Yet and still, we still have people out here doing what they want to do, sexually exploring how they want to explore, doing picking the wrong guys, this, that, and the third. So my question is, how is what Melanin saying correct when that's not the way people are conducting themselves?
Well, it's because
People aren't conducting themselves like they're in order. They're conducting themselves
there's no
where
consequences. There's no consequences. Women can do Nowadays, women can do whatever they want, and
Mhm.
there are no repercussions.
Okay, I
Nothing will happen to a woman.
I get that. So, how is it that she's living in the reality? Because I don't think she's living in the reality, because the reality is people are doing what they want. She's talking about you should do X, Y, and Z, and it should be this, and you should be in order, and daddy should be doing this, and you should be under your daddy's covering. That's not what people are doing. So I'm saying, how is
HQ,
it that
look at
she's
it.
the one who's living
Look,
in reality? I don't think
look
she's
at it
living
like
in reality.
look at it like this, HQ. 29%, right? 29% of black women are being in successful and married relationships right
Mm-hmm.
now today,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Out men are married more than black women by a couple of 100,000, right? And it's
Mm-hmm.
less than black women, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that 29%
Mm-hmm.
is that range of women that have the fathers and the men are speaking to the dads, and that dad then becomes an elder
Mm-hmm.
to that other young man, his new son.
So
You know what I mean? Because
that's a minority of the people, right?
right, so that
So
29%
why are we
is a
so why
minority, and
so
those are
why
the people that are married.
so why are we speaking as the if the minority is the majority? So why won't we speak
No,
in the
it
reality?
it
And the
it
reality is
should be.
75%.
It
75%
should be
is the reality.
right. No, but it should be the
Should,
majority.
would, could. We should be virgins, but we're not,
HQ, do you
right?
see all of these women online talking about it's 300,000 black women have lost their jobs in the last 3 months? You
Yeah.
don't you don't see any men up there making any posts about they're losing their jobs. That's what I'm saying. The whole dynamic of it is completely different. Women, I love you guys. You guys need to be covered. Nobody gives a shit about a man. But a woman with children, nobody wants to see a woman with children out on the soup line or standing out on the street
Mhm.
or walking up and down for a homeless shelter because they put them out. You know, I told you my
Uh-oh.
director of a homeless shelter.
Mhm. Mhm.
She's the director of a homeless shelter. HQ has been for years. It's horrible to see those women walking up and down the street with babies. It breaks my heart all the time.
Mhm. It
But they
ain't.
don't want leadership. They
Yeah,
don't want the leadership.
yeah, but you said 25% are under that leadership. That leaves the majority of women are not dealing with the leadership. So
Exactly.
the reality is that 75%. The reality,
HQ, you want more people to be married, right?
yeah, I wish they
You want
would.
to see you want to see the community and people as a whole. And you don't care about black or white. You want to see people as a whole, in the world do better, right?
Yeah, yeah,
What is the quickest way to have wealth for people? To be
married,
single or be married?
married.
There you go. There you go,
Okay,
HQ.
okay. And then that's all we got to do is get the men to get married when they meet that one who has the baby by them.
No, we can't if that woman is not accepting that leadership. Listen, I personally I don't give a shit about the women, right? I don't care about that as far as that. The attitudes and all of that shit. Like I don't care about that. But I don't want to see any woman hurt. I don't want to see a man kicking a woman's ass because she starts talking shit to him. I don't
Right. Uh-oh.
dating and pistol whipping a woman because we will definitely do. If I get pushback from women, I am going to fuck you up. I'm going to take you over my knee like a child, and I am going to stretch your arms out, and I'm going to spank your ass. I have huge hands, and I'm going to spank your ass And when you sit down for the next week on the toilet, every time you go piss, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, motherfucker!" You're not going to do it anymore, or you're not going to talk to me anymore. I don't want to see that in mass for women.
Boom shakalaka. I understand that. I understand that completely. But there's a big gigantic gap. There's a big gigantic gap here. I'm saying you have to meet people where they are. And the one thing you cannot say is what people are saying, because you're not meeting a person where they are. You're not meeting the women where they are to the point where they say, okay, I need to get married. I want to get married. We're not meeting.
Okay, hold on. Why do men need to meet women where they are? Can you explain that to me?
Because if you tell her the whole spiel or the whole philosophy of how men actually want to do things, as opposed be a leader and not a partner, I'm the head of the household, it's all of that stuff. If you meeting your women, the women are running the other direction, because they're so far over there. They're in a different direction. So my whole point is, if people want to get married, he wants to get married, she wants to get married, they're going to have to meet somewhere in the middle. There ain't no way you're going to expect her to come all the way over to you. That just ain't going to happen.
Okay, so HQ, I'm gonna tell you something, right? We are contemporaries, right? Because we're in close age frame.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to prison?
No.
Can you bench press anything over 350 pounds?
Yeah, I don't even think I touched the weight before.
Okay. What's your mile and a half time?
My what?
Yo, how long does it take you to run a mile and a half? Mine's is 9 minutes and 45 seconds. This is my point, HQ. I don't have to do a fucking thing for you. I'm better than you as far as this earth goes and men go. I'm better than you in every way. I don't have to meet you anywhere. You are either going to get on my page and do what I want you to do,
or
I'm going to leave you alone, or I'm going to just have sex with you because you mean nothing to me.
This is where we're at.
And that's what I'm telling you. But so if you want to get on my page,
women are content. I'm saying women are content to just have sex with you and then walk out the door. That's what women are.
Okay, and that's why they're poor, HQ. That's why our women, and when I say our women, our black women have a
only 25%. Only 25%. Only 25%.
But that's why our women have, as in general, have a negative net worth. Our women have a negative net worth. HQ. Our women are now
only because we buy housing. It has only because we buy housing or we get in debt with housing. You got to take that out.
You are really looking at this very poorly. Only like 1% of black women own houses. Yes, it's more than black men. Congratulations. It is. It's more than black men that own single black men.
It's more than 1% though.
Okay.
More than that.
Okay. Well, you got the computer. You can look it up, but it's not very many. It's not very many. So it doesn't matter. And a house brings you wealth. A house doesn't bring your net worth into a negative category.
I just said how buying houses put women in debt. 47.
It puts you in debt. Yes. It puts you in debt, but it doesn't put you in a negative net worth category. Both of us, me and you, I got apartment buildings here in Vegas, and in Atlanta and in Ohio and places like that, we know that having land does not put you at a negative net worth value. It might put you in somewhat of a hole sometimes, but it doesn't decrease your net value.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's more along the lines of like 40%, 40%. But you know, that's
40% what?
Along the lines of 40% of single black women. Around 40.
Own houses.
Yeah, it says about slightly black Americans as a whole is about 45%. Single black women is slightly lower at 38%. That's all. So, but I mean, it's growing. Men are growing. So, you know, whatever. But either way, let me finish this. We only got 2 minutes.
Solves everything.
You were supposed to do your job before we got to this point.
Okay,
your job is done by the time somebody's coming and trying to ask for her hand in marriage. You're already fucked up.
Man, you're you know, no disrespect, but this is crazy. This is crazy conversation. And honestly, it's really sad that you feel like that a girl's supposed to know everything before she gets married. And a man already knows everything. This is what gets irritating. A man, because boy, like I told Fatty before, young boys cry more than young girls. They whine like they got no goddamn tomorrow. Shut your ass up. A young girl, man.
They have no emotional intelligence because they haven't been around the man to help them regulate their fucking emotions. They're crying this shit because they was around their goddamn mama.
I'm not good with cutting you off because I will let you finish.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting this shit's a little crazy.
Me personally, just, you know, like I stated, I'm not finna, okay, how about this? My daughter's brother ain't finna let no man come up in her life talking the way that you talking about how a man should treat his woman.
She's not in control of it. Do you hear what you're saying? And everything you say, you ain't gonna let that.
So she's saying that all the men don't have no emotional control. Is this what she's saying? What did I hear her say?
She's saying that her brother is going to be her protector, and her brother, if that is the case, she's going to have a dead son. You can't protect me, or that's just not the way. I'm sorry. She is in for a rude awakening. That's not the way it works. It's been proven time and time again.
What?
Somebody is going to pass away in that instance. A young boy trying to protect his sister from another boy, more than likely that brother is going to end up, something's going to happen to him.
Ooh.
More than likely. Because she's trying to make him the protector when the father should be the protector. See, the father has had enough fights. The father has had enough wherewithal and enough information to be able to guide in different situations. A sibling is going to fight, and it's going to always escalate because at that age, especially, no, we don't have any emotional regulation. Everything is from 0 to 100 real quick all the time. It doesn't have anything to do with the emotional regulations. Our only emotions as boys is anger. HQ, we lash out.
I got a question. If 70% of the households are raised by single women and they have sons in those households, is she trying to say that every man is in their feelings who've been raised by a single mother, or he don't have no emotional regulation because he was raised by a single mother? And if that's
exactly what it is.
So that's exactly what it is. That's the bulk of black men then.
That's exactly what we are talking about as men. That's why we say these men crash out, is because they didn't have a dad and they was raised by their moms. And their mom said, it's okay to you can cry instead of, if my dad ever seen me crying, HQ, I would be in the backyard picking up dog shit with my hands. And I am talking about with my bare hands.
I know that's right. Hold
That
up.
shit happens
Okay.
because my son understands how boys think.
You are the problem. I'm sorry, but you are the problem with society.
You're making it seem like
you're not even as important as you think you are. By the time by the time that boy is 5 years old, he should be with his father more than his fucking mom anyway.
He should be with both of them.
No, but you're not. You don't play. You play the back seat. You are not on the front end of it anymore. This is why. This is why it's taking so long.
Let's get to the microphone at a time. Let Melanin finish.
This is why.
Okay, I'll let her finish.
Daddy, this is why our men are taking so long to develop. Because they with their fucking moms too much. Because y'all think y'all too goddamn important.
Who fucking won? Whose woman does it come out of?
Here.
Whose womb?
Emotional baby ass men because y'all have too much voice. Sit the fuck back. Sit back.
So this makes no sense to me because you just said that a man is supposed to be out there working while a woman's supposed to be in the house cooking and cleaning and take care of the kids. So naturally, the baby is going to spend more time with the mother. That's natural.
Baby,
older teenager. Hold on, man. Let me finish. Because people tend to think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because you're good. Because I just want to. I'm a Gemini, so I kind of talk backwards. But at the end of the day, kids are going to go to their mothers for advice because that's what Scripture tells them to do. Scripture actually says to children, follow your mother's instructions. So when you guys say to shut the fuck up and don't listen to a woman, you're out of order. You're out of order. There's no reason that God created an entity for her to shut the fuck up and do whatever he wants. That's what the goddamn animals was for. The animals was created to shut the fuck up and do what Adam wanted to do. But the woman was created to be a crown on her husband's head. And crowns make people realize what you are. But without a crown, you're just a man. There's no successful relationship that has ever worked where the man did whatever the fuck he wanted to do and the woman sat back and didn't do and or say nothing. Now, when it comes to raising kids, 50-50. It's not 50-50. It's not. What are you 50-50? Man, even if the father's not in the home, yes, the child is going to say what? I want my mommy.
Even if the dad is not in the home, they want their mommy. This is the problem that I have with single mother households. Because even if the father is not in the home, you should be running your household structure with those children based off of what the fuck he said he wants. He ain't there. But the house, and this is the problem. This is why y'all should be giving the kids to their fathers. Because you're supposed to be running that.
Wow. It was a whole lot to unpack right there. A whole lot to unpack. And I get it. I get it to a certain extent, but you cannot. This is why I have a problem with talking points. Your talking points have to mirror reality. They just got to mirror reality. And if they don't mirror reality,
but they do mirror reality.
Because what you said was, you said most of our men don't have emotional regulation. So why is it that if they don't have emotional regulation, how are they any different from a female being raised by a single parent? If they're both raised by the single mother,
because they are thank you, HQ, for pointing that out. They are acting like fucking girls now. That's all we're saying.
So I'm saying,
acting like bitches.
So I'm saying, how are they ready to be leaders if they don't know how to emotionally regulate beyond what a girl knows how to do? They're both raised the same, so they both are emotional creatures. So if they're both,
let me ask you another question. I've been thinking about this for a couple of days too, HQ. When you met your husband, I know your husband was kind of fly like me. So I'm thinking, did he have maybe like a 2-door sports car or a truck? Which one did he have?
A truck.
Yeah, a truck. I thought so. Because like I said, your husband was fly. He was like me. So as you guys got married, that fucking truck left and he had to get a goddamn SUV or something with 4 doors. You ain't got a box Chevy or something like that. Something where he could still be cool a little bit.
One of those power cars, Monte Carlo. Yeah.
Well, you can't. I know because I am your husband. So we have to change up our shit when we a woman. We have to grow. We have to bend. We have to stop doing the things that we were doing because of you guys. You
Right.
see what I mean?
Right.
Because other than that, he would have still had that Chevy truck on them damn rims, probably some Dayton's or something on it with the sound system in it and shit, looking good, cruising up and down the street.
Right. Right.
But now he gotta grab the 85 MC, because he got the kids, and sometimes he gotta put them motherfuckers in the back. He's like, I ain't finna cramp my style all the way, so I'm gonna get this Monte Carlo, and I can still make it look cool. But I gotta have enough room for these goddamn children.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I'm saying. We grow and we change to adapt to our environment. You guys don't have to do that as much as men. You don't.
That's true.
You don't have to fight.
This is why.
By time and this is the things that you guys, and that's why I asked you a couple of weeks ago if you were learning anything by talking to us. You guys don't have to have a fight to grow into the person that you're going to become. Men, I don't care if it's a cousin, a brother, or sister, it's going to be an actual fight to help you grow to protect yourself. It's part of becoming a guy.
Zeus,
it is.
You say?
I got a question.
Yeah.
So, Black America, are you and HQ still married? So this would be like 2 weeks now.
It's because
Hell
he
no.
ain't around me. Otherwise, he ain't around me. Otherwise, we just be fine. Or we just be having sex every day, so he ain't really talking to me. So it's one of the two. Let me finish. We only got 2 more minutes.
That household based off of the structure of what he wants. This is his seed that he's trying to develop. And we're not way too emotional to know what's best because y'all do shit based off of your emotions and not fucking logic. You're getting offended by the fact that I'm saying by the time the child is 5 years old, especially a boy, you take a back seat. You offended by that and think it's supposed to be equal. There's certain developments and things. There's things that he's supposed to learn how to do. Working on cars, taekwondo, karate, whatever. These are things that is positive. Emotional regulation. You cannot do that because you're fucking emotional because you're a woman.
Then your beef is with the father that left, not the mother that's still there trying. And with a 5-year-old, 6-year-old,
right now,
with a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old boy that lives with his father, I promise you, he's asking for his mother.
It don't matter what he's asking for.
Yes, it does matter what your child is asking for.
Households produce more successful children.
It matters what your child is asking for. And a lot of these men are growing up hard and don't have no goddamn heart because they wasn't raised with the nurturing of their mother. They wasn't raised with the nurturing of their mother.
Because you didn't make sure because women do not want to make sure that even if that man leaves you, he doesn't have to sacrifice his relationship with his child. Take your ass to court and ask the judge for joint custody.
I don't even believe in court. I don't believe in court.
We're not talking about you. Stop saying I. In general,
you're talking about yourself too, because not a lot of people agree with your mentality.
Time out. Because if a lot of people are agreeing with my mentality, that means I'm talking in general. Because there's a lot of people agreeing with it.
I said don't, because where I'm from, nobody would agree with what you talk about. We're not talking about this internet space where people lie and say what they want to say to get some brownie points. We're talking about real life. But ain't no real woman that I know out here up in this motherfucker.
I don't want to know the women that you know.
I don't want to know the women that you know. Thinking the way that you think. Not many women, not many wives, not many active mothers, not many business women think the way you think.
I don't give a fuck about the way a businesswoman is thinking.
You should.
And a businesswoman doesn't know how to go home. This is why businesswomen are the most single.
That's wild. But it basically got to the point where it was. I was just trying to come to that conclusion about single fathers. When I first heard this, single fathers have the best outcomes, I tried to find a study or something that told me that. It's not a matter of single fathers being able to raise children better. the single father tends to have more income, and then he tends to rely on mother, sister, auntie, and all of those to help fill in the gaps of
That's
that
that.
parent.
Come on, HQ. We're
So
being disingenuous. You're being
no,
disingenuous.
I'm saying I tried to find a survey. I tried to find a study that said that because I wanted to have support when I was talking about having single fathers as good fathers. I never found any kind of study that said that. The only edge that a man has is the fact that he makes more money and he relies on his mother to watch the kids, his sister to watch the kids, his auntie to watch the kid. He has more of a network as opposed to a female who's a single parent. She can't take her kids to her brother. She can't take her kids to her uncle. She can't take her kids to her
Wait a
father
minute. She. Wait a minute.
like
Wait
a
a minute.
father can, like a single
As
father.
a female, are you telling me as a female they don't have a a mother like a man does? They don't have a father like a man does. They don't have a sister like a man does to take their kids
No,
over.
no,
Come
that's not
on, HQ.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he has more elbow room. He has more room to take his children to a mother or an auntie because we are such a patriarchal society that men have that leeway. Men get those, they have more resources. They make more money. They have more resources where they can get help with the children, as opposed to single mothers who don't have as many resources for somebody to watch their kids. I'm saying that's the only study that I found. I found that no study said men are the better parent, only that he has more resources and it appears as though he's the better parent. And because there's 10 fathers to every 1,000, 10 single fathers to every 1,000 single mothers is really not a comparison that you can make. That's all I'm saying. I haven't found a study that said men are better parents. I just found a study that said they have more resources.
If
And
it's not a comparison you can make, why bring it up?
no, because if we had
Because
an
you're gaslighting.
if
That's gaslighting.
if we had 1,000 fathers and 1,000 women who were mothers, we can make that comparison. But we don't have it like that because most kids stay with their mother. So therefore, it's not a matter of being equal in comparison. Because I can say two fathers who are single fathers are amazing fathers. But if you compare that to all of the women that are single mothers, it doesn't equate to, you won't get the same answers. I'm saying
HQ, do
I'm
you know
saying I
what
did find a study.
disingenuous means? Do you know what disingenuous means?
No, I heard you, Zeus. I'm not listening to you because you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
Next caller.
there's no study. I haven't found a study. If you find me a study, I'll read it. But I've only found studies that say that that's not the truth, or there's only a slight edge for the fathers.
Have you been on blackdemographics.com, HQ?
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about fathers having the being the best parent. It doesn't say anything about that.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
Oh,
Top
hey,
Pro
Ty.
salute.
Hey, Ty.
HQ, are you saying that single fathers have more resources to be better parents? That's why it looks like that.
They have more money and they have more resources in which to get help for the children. That's
Uh,
my understanding.
do okay between single mothers and single fathers, who have more access to free housing, funds, and food?
As a single parent, as a single father or a
Hmm.
single mother,
Hmm.
they both would be equal to get those kind of things. If they're single parents, yes.
Okay, so who are using these benefits more?
Who are using what benefits more? What do you mean?
That are provided, just strictly financial, housing, welfare, food stamps. What person do you think is using those resources more, single fathers or single mothers?
But we're not talking about housing or Section 8. We're talking about people to help you with the children. You have more resources as a man for you to get help with the children when it comes to getting other people to help you with the children. Men have more resources than single female. I'm not talking about housing.
Okay.
I'm saying
Who
the man makes more money. So
who
therefore he has more resources with that money compared to
okay.
the female.
Who who do you who do you think is quicker to give grandma the baby?
The man.
Why you think that?
Because grandma, this is a patriarchal society, and women always extend themselves to help men. Older women normally extend themselves to help men as opposed to women helping women. She can do it herself. I ain't gonna help her. But if your son comes over and says, Mom, I gotta go to work, can you watch the kids? 9 times out of 10, mom is gonna watch the kids.
Is that something that we could look to observe reality and see in actual reality? We're
No.
gonna see the man
Yeah,
more.
I observed that a lot. I haven't really did a full on scale. I'm looking for studies. I'm looking for statistics that say a man has a substantial gap over the female, and I haven't found a survey or any kind of survey test, any kind of thing that tells me that men have a high advantage over women as far as being a father. That's all I'm saying. Maybe they do. I don't
I'm a
know. But
I'm
I'm
a
saying I haven't found anything that says you're way far and above better than a mother to raise a child. I haven't found anything yet.
Okay, so if you give me a second, I'm gonna give a little bit of my experience that I've observed with a little bit of what
That's why I
I
deliberately didn't say anecdotal experience because I'm not going on my anecdotal experience. I'm
right,
going
right.
on
So
survey.
I
But you're
don't have
giving me anecdotal experience to,
no
to
no
prove
no
the
no
point.
no. I'm not gonna give you anecdotal specific just to be experience. I don't have any statistics that I could give you, but I'm gonna give you a mixture of what I see in reality, what I see on social media, and
So
what I deal with in
anecdotal
person.
experiences.
So what I'm
Anecdotal,
gonna give you is
anecdotal experiences.
so what I'm gonna offer you to think about and consider is when usually men have their kids and women have their kids, the woman is looking for somebody to take the kid to the barbershop. A woman is looking for. We're gonna speak about the sons in particular because I think that that was the more prominent focus was the boys. So the mother is usually looking for somebody to cut their son hair, looking for a coach to take care of their son on the football field. In reverse, I would be taking my son to the barbershop with me because I'm already getting my hair cut. I'm gonna be damn near a coach with the coaches coaching my son on sports. I'm gonna take my son with me to go to the car wash. I'm gonna take usually the father is gonna have the kid. I'm gonna pull up on my boys with my son. I'm gonna pull up. You typically
Hey, that's
gonna
the biggest flex in the world. Pulling up to
thank
your
you.
homeboys with your kids, pulling
Yep.
up to the homeboys with your kids. Hell,
When
that's how I used to go get bitches at the mall. Is take my kids. I would take my kids to the mall with me to pick up home.
that's how I learned how to deal with women from a young age up until my early teens, early high school. My dad would bring me around his guys, my godfather. Hey boy, go sit on the couch. Here's a juice while they crack open a couple brews and they talk barbershop talk at the spot. Or we go to the grocery store together and he flirting with different women and I'm watching how he move and how he talk. And that's how I learned I'm gonna take my son to do that with me as I'm growing. That's how all the fathers that I know do their thing. All the people that's my age that now have kids. That's typically what we do. On the reverse, you usually the women ain't really, and when the women are taking their sons to do that, that's why Melanin was speaking on their slow growth, because they're not, the little boy's not having a man experience when he's going with his mother to go do these things. He's having a man experience when he's with the father going to do these things. He's accelerated and learning masculinity with the father. When he's with the mom, he's learning a whole bunch of things that he has to grow out of as he gets to age. And even though, yes, a lot of men grew up without a father in the household, they still make good fathers, because at some point every man is going to go out and seek how to correct his masculinity. If it's in his teens, his 20s, or his 30s, at some point he know what he's missing and has to add to himself. When I knew I was having my son, I went to go further into learning how to be more masculine, because I knew I had a young man to raise. It's just a natural and inherent thing, just like it is natural for a mom to develop milk and feed her kids. It's just as natural for a man to want to teach a son how to be a young man in his footsteps. And that's why you see men are better at being more structured, more disciplined, more independent fathers, because it speaks to all the different traits as a man that we have. And it's not making a woman less than a good parent. It's just showing the roles that we should be playing in our kids' lives. And
I'm not saying men are not the better parent. I'm saying I don't see any statistical data that says that.
but the
Go on
whole
blackdemographics.com,
but
HQ. I'm telling you.
the reason,
And hold on,
my bad,
Tacro.
my
Let me
bad, go
jump
ahead.
in.
Yes, sir.
I just need 30 seconds. HQ,
Right.
you have firsthand, and this is another thing. Oh my God. It just keeps falling like manna from heaven. You have firsthand experience with this.
Right.
Your
Right.
husband did not have his father in his life, and you watched him grow expeditiously as a father and a parent. You
Mhm.
watched him grow into that part, and he was fucking awesome. You know why? Because as we every day we learn and we implement those things that we learned, and then we just get better as it fucking goes on. So go ahead, Top Rope. But thank you. You have your own experience with that. Thank you very much.
Right. I mean, I get the whole thing. I'm a pretty awesome parent myself. even
I,
though he was an awesome
Damn. Damn.
even though he was an awful, awful, awesome parent himself, despite what he how he was raised or whatnot.
and
So I'm go
I
ahead.
was just add to what everything, because everybody been cooking up here on the panel, but I would add that you don't even really need statistics, because you can see in reality what men have become without fathers and strong masculine figures. It's not one man that's wearing one of them red dresses walking around, or wearing one of these skirts walking around that we've been seeing going viral, that has a
Mhm.
strong father figure in their life. That's the effects that you might not see proof of the father, but you see proof of not having a father. You see that clearly. We see that on all different type of levels, even young kids being lost. They don't have that structure and that anchor and that discipline to teach them right from wrong.
Yeah, but if both you and the girl, both of y'all are raised in a single parent home, and you're saying you have to figure out how to do be masculine, you have to figure out how to do or navigate in society. So does that female, right?
But she's not going to learn how to be a better man and raise a man.
No, no, I'm just saying.
That's
I'm
what
not
the
saying that.
father. So it's not in her mindset to even be raising a son to be a man. That's why he's
Yeah.
emotionally
So
unregulated. That father is going to learn from his. He's going to apply self awareness enough to say, you know what, I'm lacking in these areas. I need to learn what to teach my son. A mother is
right,
not going to have that thought. My
and
bad. Go ahead,
and
bro.
HQ and
Mm-hmm.
HQ. The women, you start out at the top. You start at girls start out at the top. Boys start chasing girls 11, 12, 13. We running behind you. Hey, push me into her so I can feel her booty with the back of my hand. You know what I mean? Hey, she got on that little training bra. Ooh, I'm a snap her training bra. We doing that in elementary, HQ. You
Mm-hmm.
guys already start out at the top. You guys start out at the pinnacle. So you don't need to learn anything to operate in the earth. You already got it.
Excuse me.
You you already got it. You on top of the fucking mountain. You don't need a damn thing. It's men. In order for us, like I said, in order for we've been chasing you for 1,000 years. It what it is getting and holding on and keeping one of you is the difficulty.
Right, right. You're right about that. You're right about that. What do you, Zeus? What do you have to say on the subject, sir? Zeus.
Bro, let's cook.
You said what? We didn't hear you.
Let's cook. Let his brother cook.
Okay, you borging in and out. We couldn't hear a thing you said. We didn't hear a thing you said. Ty Pro, y'all give me your final thoughts. God dog it. You just be burning up my time. I'm starting to feel the effects of not having ate since 12 o'clock. So give me your final thoughts. Ty Pro.
Uh, that was it. I just wanted to come in and chime
Okay,
in on that.
okay.
The fellas was holding it down. This was a good conversation. I think Melanin was really cooking. I wish Tyranny would have been up here to kind of get a different
She
perspective.
was up here for a minute and then something happened. I don't know what the hell happened. She was up here for a minute.
See, I like Tyranny and Flora's perspectives because they're so stubborn and stuck in their ways. It's
And they were
hard to.
here. Yeah, they were
Yeah,
both here.
I seen them in the chat. It's
Right.
hard to get, that stubbornness is a prime example of the problem that we have in co-parenting, because
Mm-hmm.
that stubbornness and that stuck in their ways is translating to keeping the young boys and the young children away from their father in the way that they need to be. They really do need to take a back seat at that age of 4, 5, and 6, and let the father become more dominant in parenting, and take the emotion of not being able to be in a relationship with that man out of it. And no matter what women say,
Mm-hmm.
they have an issue with that. Most times the biggest problems with co-parenting is because the mother does not want to separate church and state. She don't want to separate the fact that I can't be his woman, or I don't mean anything to him, and he still loves these kids that I gave him more
Mm-hmm.
than he loves me. And that is the problem that we have. And if we see more mothers able to back down and get off their high horse and just let the man be a father, even if he's not in that house, he could still be a present, stable, structured father
Right.
for them kids. And
Right.
if she stopped making it such a battle between the child and the father, it's a whole war that they got to fight. If you
Mm.
take that away, you will see healthier children. You will see the
Right.
fathers not have that stigma of, oh, you black, you don't know your daddy, and all of that is just a myth. And
Right.
if we take the fight out of being co-parents, we'll see you don't have to be in that household to raise healthy kids.
Right.
And
You can
that's
be in
really it.
separate households and raise a productive, healthy child as long as both
But
parents
but
commit to that.
but you cannot have a healthy co-parenting relationship when the father has to fight with the mother on every single thing.
But here's the thing, Ty. Here's the thing. you have to know how you have to take accountability for how you conducted yourself. She needs to take accountability for how she conducted herself in the relationship. Once both of y'all take accountability for what ills that y'all caused in that relationship and do an autopsy of it, then maybe y'all can move forward as two co-parents. But if nobody does an autopsy of what's going on in that relationship. She was too jealous. She X, Y, and Z. She didn't cook clean X, Y, and Z. You didn't feel like you needed to stay there. You hung out in the street. You did X, Y, and Z. Both of y'all have to take accountability for the breakup of that whole situation because she feels like you did something. You feel like she didn't do something. That's the whole point. That's why you ain't get along. That's
But
why she ain't gonna let you around the
but
kids.
at what point can we say fuck that relationship? This about the kids, and you literally stop clinging on to that relationship because that usually be the problem. I don't even care about how our relationship went. It's over. I just want to be
as
a
as soon
good
as
parent to my children without having you take out your frustrations of a failed relationship on
as,
that because that's what
as
we
soon as
see.
she stopped being as soon as she stopped being emotional, which ain't never gonna happen.
So do you think that we need to raise awareness on that fact and have more conversations about the
Yes, of
fact that
course. I mean, because people won't. People are going to listen to if you tell them to think, be a little bit more mature in their actions. But people are going to be out here having sex. They're going to be out here hunching. So me coming out and saying stop having sex, stop having these babies, ain't going to do no good because people are going to have sex. But if I tell you we can be a little bit more emotionally mature, we can do a little bit more autopsies on relationships. We can be a little bit more understanding. Tend to look at it a little better. They won't look at me telling them to stop having sex. They just ain't gonna do that. Okay. But if I tell him, hey, you could be a little bit better, he just because he's not a good relationship person doesn't mean he won't be a good father. And maybe you should take like today. I ran across this lady. She said I had to go to work late because my son ain't acting right. X, Y, and Z. I said, well, have you thought about giving your son to his father? Have you thought about letting his father raise him for the rest of his high school years? Because he has 3 more years. Have you thought about giving him to the father? Hell no, I ain't finna do that. Da 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 da.
and why you think that she said hell no?
I don't know, cause according to her, she ain't getting no damn money. She ain't getting nothing from the baby daddy. So I don't know.
I
Uh,
would say not knowing her personally, but just knowing I hear that so much, and it's usually from pride, from ego, and from being a controlling person and wanting to control the situation, and having the child gives that woman control and leverage when dealing with that dad. But once she gives that child at
yeah,
any
but then
age, high
again,
school or a young age, now she's not in the picture pretty much at all. You know what I'm saying? It's like I
mhm,
need to,
mhm.
if I keep this kid, I keep you on the hook, and I feel validated in being a good mom because my kid is here. No matter how much I'm struggling with his attitude, struggling with his emotions, struggling with raising him as a young man, I still got control. I'm still the winner of the
Yeah, but
relationship.
but we can say that true, but there's other factors that go on that side. I'm not really sure. I mean, I've talked to her before. I talked to her about her situation before, and from my understanding, she don't get any money from that. And the dude he was married, or he is married, and she had a baby by him, and she don't get the kid doesn't get the attention that the kid is supposed to have. I mean, it's just a whole shit show, right? So I mean, it's just a whole shit show. So I'm just saying, there's many factors, there's many complications behind a lot of this shit. It's just not a matter of her saying, okay, well, I'm not letting you, because I'm pretty sure this particular person is not like that. But it's unfortunate a lot of single mothers are out there raising these boys. And hey, look, why is it that why I mean, do many men offer to take their kid? Do they offer to say, hey, I'll take the boys, or I'll take the boy, and then
We
you.
we all want them. We all want them.
If
The
if I
women have a
tell
the
I mean,
women
it's
have a financial benefit. The
if
women
I
have a
tell
financial benefit to keep them away from us.
so you mean to tell me every dude that walked out the door, every dude that gets kicked out the door, walked out the door, turns around and says, "I'll take the kids with me."
we can't say every, but I know for
We
a
can't
fact
we can't say
most.
all.
I know most, and then I know if this conversation comes up where my kids' moms or my daughter has expressed wanting to live with me on a few occasions, and my
Mm-hmm.
son is 5. If I,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm pressing the issue more and more, but it's
Mm-hmm.
always an argument that's not based on any type of logic or real tangible things. It's just an emotional thing. I live a
So
lot
you would,
better.
so you would definitely, you would be ready and ready to go and run if she said yes today.
I'm always ready because as a man, I'm prepared. Both my kids got their own room here. I live in a way more independent and structured life,
Mm-hmm.
especially than my son's mom. If
Mm-hmm.
he came and lived with me, he would have a way more opportunity, and he would live better with me than he is with his mom.
So what
And
about the girl? What I mean,
she about to. I mean,
oh yeah, you got two. You got two different. Babies.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And me and my daughter, who's not just started high school, she stayed with me 50% of the year every year though. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just a more of a matter of she loves her mom and she be wanting to be with her mom sometime. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at any given second, she might call me, hey, I want to come stay with you. She come stay with a couple weeks, couple months,
Mm-hmm.
and she miss her mom. She go back. I'm never forcing it on my kids, but what I'm saying, because with her being older is always a choice. I always give her the choice.
Yeah.
You
I'm
know what
dropping
I'm saying?
all of them. I'm dropping them all over there at your house. If
Come
one of
on.
them coming, they all coming.
I got a big backyard. Everybody got their own room. I got a basement. We could do. Hey, I'm a truck driver. Come on, you can come get in this truck. I done took my daughter with me in the
Mm-hmm.
truck. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm always thinking that even when I don't got them, I'm always thinking of
Do we have
if
ourselves prepared to
yeah,
take
they
care
come
of our
today. If
kids
they come tonight,
if they
how I'm
come
gonna
tonight?
do A, B, and C. You know what I'm
And that's
saying?
another thing we need to stress. Are you prepared if it push come to shove? Are you one of those people that prepares? So if X, Y, and Z say take these damn kids, are you prepared to take them that night? Are you prepared to take them that day? Are you prepared to take them? Because you say you want them. If you say you want them, you should always stay ready. Am I wrong or am I right?
Yeah, I give you that for sure. But I think as
I,
men, we
but
kind of
to me you're being disingenuous with the question.
How?
she trying to
Uh,
gaslight a little bit.
No, I'm not.
yeah,
No,
because
I'm not. I'm
this
just
is the this
asking. They prepare.
this is the whole thing about it. I don't care what it is. Even if you're not ready at that exact point as a guy, you'll be ready 10 minutes later because
Facts.
everybody everybody knows that dads make things happen. Why do you think his daughter wants to come over to his house?
Mm-hmm.
Because she knows, oh, I can't get no shoes over here at mama house, and I'm just starting school. Daddy, I need some more high school clothes. No matter if he is paying child support, that little motherfucker still come over there and get an extra $500 or $600 in clothes. You know why? Because dads make things happen. Mamas can't make things happen like we can, and it's not the same. And then if we need to restructure something, he's a truck driver, just like I'm a truck driver. If we need to restructure something, our jobs are not only lucrative, but our jobs are some of the most flexible jobs in the country.
Facts.
I'm, Ty Pro could quit that job right now and have another job in 20 minutes.
Mm, okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
20
Black
minutes.
America ain't lying. I on the humbug, just trying to see what more money out there. I done
Mm-hmm.
got three orientations this week.
Yeah,
Just
because it's nothing for us. I could leave here now, quit, and by the time I get home, I have another job.
That's
facts,
wild.
facts.
No, but that's the way it is with a truck driver though.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Especially if you have any kind of experience,
Mm-hmm.
right? You have any kind of experience, that's the way it is. So dads are always going to be ready and they always will. But the financial gain,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So she's talking about she doesn't get money, but if
Mm-hmm.
she's on Section 8, is she on Section 8? Is she getting food stamps? Is she getting anything?
Mm-hmm.
See, you women don't dig into that part of their lives because you don't want to be intrusive or go that far.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys got to start browbeating these bitches. You
Mm.
guys got to
Okay.
start. Are you on food stamps? Are you on Section 8? She's
Mm-hmm.
not going to let that boy go. You know why? Because if she's on food stamps, those food stamps drop. If she's on Section 8, guess what? Her Section 8 drops.
Mm.
It's a benefit for the women to keep the kids away from the man.
And that goes into the dynamic of who how we are different parents, because the women look to those type of resources when it comes to them making stuff shake as a mother. Men, my whole reasoning for becoming a truck driver was to make more money and be able to have more job security. It wasn't like I had a passion to drive trucks. It
Mm-hmm.
would benefit me and the ones that I take care of to maneuver into this field, because I'll be able to make more stuff shake and I'll be in more control of my time and how I'm doing what I'm doing. And
Mm.
that's the difference, because we both moving with being grown-ups and parents in mind, but
Right.
I'm not looking to, okay, how can I get this $13 rent or these food stamps? I'm looking at how can I get a good career that's going to make me be able to take care of mine and make some money and be able to spend time with them. And that's just the ideology that, and the uh we see the consequences of the different ideologies in these kids as they grow up.
Right. So give me your final thoughts, because I got to get out of here. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock where I am.
Well, peace out, Black America. You was cooking,
Thank
bro.
you.
Peace out, HQ. This was a great conversation.
Yeah, I
Appreciate
like
you,
to.
mama.
I wish Tierney and Flora would have came up, but hey, it is what it is. We got a new guy, family of God guy. So we got that new guy, and he's Hispanic, I'm assuming. So I don't know. Black America, give me your final thoughts, sir.
Hold on a second. All right. So
I don't like being married to you because you don't come home.
I'll be home in 2 months.
I
And
do.
and we gonna go to the aquarium and I wanna go to that aquarium. And what else is it down there? Don't y'all got some kind of casino down there?
Shit. Fuck. I don't fucking know. I'm too hungry.
Is
I
it
think.
Harris? Okay, so I
Yeah.
know I had told Tyranny that she had, a few months. I
Mhm.
mean, a couple of years,
Yeah.
but her time is shorter than that, right? Just from her past, what's been going on,
Hmm.
and hearing her talk
Right.
and seeing how she thinks, because once again,
She got another debate coming up with
I know, but
yeah.
hearing her mindset and
Yeah.
knowing men and how we think,
Hmm.
he's just gonna be another ex-husband baby daddy. And she can't keep saying she can't keep saying that I was married when I had these kids, so it's okay.
Yeah.
No, but you still just like a whore on the streets.
Mm.
So I hope she's listening. And
Mm.
I'm going to tell you now, Terry, if you and your husband want to come to Vegas, I will think about getting y'all here and getting you because you need to fucking talk to somebody ASAP
Oh,
because
you
you're
try.
gonna you're gonna end up with another child and browbeating another man to death and just talking about he wasn't shit because he's young and he's not gonna be shit. And
You
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
no, you trying to help.
Huh?
You trying to help her.
Yeah, if they come, I'll get them a room, everything. No,
Okay.
I don't care nothing about that. See
Okay.
about getting y'all here and sit down. We talk for a couple of days because there needs she there needs to be parameters laid out because like I know HQ, the longer you stay in something, the
Mm-hmm.
more it's going to devastate. It's going to devastate him more to have to leave those 3 or 4 other kids behind. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
When he has to leave in 2 or 3 years, it's going to devastate him more. It's going to completely destroy those other children she has
Right.
because yes, they have fathers, but now he's playing dad in the house. You
Mm.
see what I mean?
Yeah.
So instead of just being a little scar, it's going to be road rash. It's going to be like falling off of a motorcycle at 100 miles an hour.
Mm. That,
And that's what she's already done that 2 or 3 previous times. She got a couple other baby daddies. So she's taking these men in and out of her lives. She already has the pattern.
right.
So I love you, Tyranny. I am not talking shit about you, but a nigga needs to talk some shit to you. Like I give you my number and we can kind of talk.
Mm.
But right now you look like a bitch, and I'm trying to help you become a lady, a
Mm.
woman, a wife. Um,
Thank you, Black America. Oof.
all right, you guys have a good time.
You gonna summon her up here? We ain't got that time. I talk. We'll talk. We will definitely.
All
We will
right,
definitely in. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
all right, bye bye.
Y'all, thank y'all for coming out. This is a good discussion. We go back and forth. We do our thing. Tierney did her thing over there. I'm not saying who won, who lost. I don't know who won and who lost. I don't know. I didn't judge by that. I just judged by, the particular questions that they had. I appreciate y'all coming out. Everybody hit the like button, in and out. Hit the notification button. There's other videos out there today. Please and thank you very much. Good luck. Good night. Thank you all. But I ain't saying nothing. Leave me alone, Ty Pro. I ain't doing none of that. I don't have no. Hopefully y'all saw that show we did on Fatties with the lady that was on Kinder G, cause that was interesting. I see y'all probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow.